Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Alright, I sound pretty loud and clear. Hello, 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 and welcome to another reading stream. Today, we're going to take a step back, a moment, if you will. I didn't feel like continuing Journey to the West today in terms of reading. We stopped at a very awkward place for me. I'm sure I'll get the gumption to do it again, but, you know, still a bit peculiar. Anyways, the main thing is the reason we're taking an actual step back, because that actually isn't a step back. We started the Goosebumps Horrorland subseries. Is upon Halloween, or around Halloween. And we didn't read the original. So, that's what I'm going to do for y'all here today. I'm going to read the original one. I've also been using this time to collect some of the others in the subseries. There's a fair bit of them. Not too many. There's a fair bit. I do have number 2. I wanted to get that before even continuing it, because it has that ongoing narrative. And we didn't want to get lost. You know how it is. You know how it is. But, with that being said, let me go ahead and grab my book. Also, I think I synced in a bit off key here. Alright. There's that. And now, for my book. Wrong button. Book. Alright. So, I don't know if I have anything further to address. Hold on, let me check something here. You know, I sure hope that Beethoven song doesn't get flagged unnecessarily. I know that can happen a lot. It's like bitch, it's public domain. It's from the 19th century, the 1800s. Let me live. Let's take a swig of water before we begin. I'll probably have to refill this thing before we finish. I'm just going all over the place, ain't I? Man, this one's old. Like, this exact printing feels like it was in an actual library. I don't know if it actually was. I don't see anything that would indicate that. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. TK Buddy Boy. Hi, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can't stay long, have to study? That's okay. I'm glad you could swing by anyways.
Oh my.
I hope your studying goes well. Have a wonderful evening. Alright, this is Goosebumps, One Day at Horrorland by R.L. Stine. You know, I used to think this was called Welcome to Horrorland, because that's what the sign on the cover picture says, but no, it's just called One Day at Horrorland. Oh, that's not good. I could feel the glue give way a bit. I don't know if it's just really stiff or if it's gonna come apart. Gotta be careful with this. Oh, that sound. That's a nostalgic sound. I hope this doesn't fall, the book doesn't fall apart while I'm reading it. This feels like it was damp. Not like soaked, but kept in a damp environment. As we enter the gates to Horrorland, we had no idea that in less than an hour we'd all be lying in our coffins. I am the calm one, the Morris family. Everyone says, oh, okay, this is a girl, okay. Let me think of a voice for this kid. As we enter the gates to Horrorland, we had no idea that in less than an hour.
Gay bulk!
Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're reading Goosebumps Horrorland today. Or Goosebumps One Day at Horrorland by R.L. Stine. Thanks for the gay bulk redeem. Okay, let me see if I can get a good voice for this. Maybe I should just make them all British unnecessarily. That'd be easier on me, right? Because I tried the Southern Belle with one of the other characters in the main Horrorland sub-series. So I need something that'll go better with this. But I can't, use this one, because I've already used this one for one of those characters, too. And, I want to make these characters at least somewhat different before we get back in the sub-series and start running out of voices to use. Sorry to interrupt, please carry on. Don't worry, we were just getting started. I was trying to figure out a voice for this. As we entered the gate to Horrorland, we had no idea that in less than an hour, we would all be lying in our coffins. I'm the calm one of the Morris family. Everyone says, Lizzie, you're the calm one. Now I'm trying to tell the story calmly, but believe me, there's no way. We'd never planned to go to Horrorland. In fact, we had never heard of it. The five of us were squeezed in Dad's little Toyota, on our way to spend the day at Zoo Gardens Theme Park. Dad had messed up and left the map at home, but Mom said the park would be really easy to find. This is sounding kind of Southern Belle-y, but I think I can adapt. Hold on, give me one. Alright, sorry for the wait. Needed to take care of something on my phone. When we got close to the park, Mom said there would be a lot of signs to direct us. So far, we hadn't seen a single sign. Dad was driving. Mom was beside him in the front. I was squeezed in the back my little brother Luke, who's 10, and Luke's friend, Clay. Oh, that old paper sound. It wasn't the best place to be. My brother could not sit still for a second, especially in the car. He had just too much energy. He's totally goofy. The longer we the more restless Luke became. He tried wrestling with Clay, but there really wasn't room. Then he tried arm wrestling with them. The two kept bumping me until I lost my temper and started shouting at them. Why don't you three play the alphabet? Mom suggested from the front. Look out the window for letters. There aren't any, Luke replied. There aren't any signs. There isn't anything to look at. That is way too deep for a 10-year-old. Fuck. There isn't anything to look at. Nah, that's a bit too raspy. Do I just like completely butcher these voices and give them some of my main voices just to fuck around? Because at this point, they're children. I'm not good with children voices. Why is that my little girl voices something like this? Because I'm not very good at children voices. Sometimes I use this voice for little boys as well, because once again, I'm not very good at children voices, so I just sort of give them that wish that some kids have whenever they're trying to talk, and it sounds like they're chewing on the tongue. Well, also at the same time having a mouthful of biscuits. You know what? Let's give Clay my Hones voice, because that will be fun. It's ridiculously deep, and that will be just so dumb for this. And Luke, what should we give you? Should we give you discount Johnny Young Bosch? Yeah, I think we will. Okay. There aren't any, Luke replied. There aren't any signs. There isn't anything to look at, Clay grumbled. He was right. We were driving past flat, sandy fields. There were a few scraggly trees here and there. The rest was all desert. Oh, here's the dad. Let's make him unnecessarily British. I'm gonna take this tat off, Dad announced. He took off his Chicago Cubs hat and scratched his thinning blonde hair. I'm an already tugging this tat off. Dad's the only blonde in the family. Mom, Luke, and I are all straight, black hair and blue eyes. Back, Dad doesn't look as if he belongs in the same family. Three of us are tall and thin, fair skin. Dad's short, kinda chubby. Round face is almost always pink. I tease him all the time. You remind me of my grandma. Oh, I'm glad you're entertained. Because I think he looks a lot more like a wrestler than a bank manager, which he is. I'm gonna assume you mean he's a bank manager, not a wrestler. He's a wrestling bank manager. New canon. If you want to get a loan off me, you'll have to defeat me in the ring. Or if I give you a sporting chance, you gotta last 2 minutes in the ring with me, jabroni. None of this is going, sir. None of this is in the official processing. I like to do things a bit differently here. I think I'm gonna lodge a complaint. I'm pretty sure we've been here, Dad said unhappily. It's hard to tell. It's all desert, Mom replied, gazing out her window. Very helpful, Dad muttered. How can I be helpful? Mom shot back. You're the one who left the map on the kitchen table. Although you picked it, Dad grumbled. Why should it be my job to pack the map? Mom cried. Break it up, you two, I interrupted. Once they started fighting, they never stopped. It's always best to interrupt them quickly, for they get really into it. What voice? Oh yeah, I gave him discount Johnny Bosch. I'm the mad pitcher! Luke cried. He let out a gruesome horror movie laugh and started pinching in Clay's ribs and arms. I hate Luke's mad pincher routine more than anything. So glad that Clay was sitting in the middle next to Luke, not me. Usually the only way to stop Luke's pinching is to slug him. Clay started squirming and laughing, thinks everything Luke does is a riot. He laughs at all my brother's stupid jokes and stunts. I think that's why Luke likes Clay so much. Two of them began pinching each other, then Luke shoved Clay onto me. Give me a break, I cried. I shoved Clay back, and I know I shouldn't have. Getting hot in the car, and we've been driving for hours. What was I supposed to do?
Easy, boys. Yeah, back there.
Dad, nobody says chill out anymore. Sounds like a cat fell. Hold on, maybe I'm gonna go check on the cats. Alright, I'm back. Cats are fine. I just knocked something over. Dad, nobody says chill out anymore, I told him calmly and quietly. For some reason, that made him go berserk. He started yelling and his face got bright red. I know he wasn't mad at me, he was mad because he couldn't find the Zoo Gardens theme park. Everyone, take a deep breath and be silent, Mom suggested. Oh, stop pinching me, Clay screamed. Gave Luke a hard shove. You stop pinching me, my brother shrieked, shoving him back. Boys can really be animals. Hey, look, a sign ahead. Mom pointed at as a large green sign came into view. Luke and Clay stopped fighting. Dad leaned forward over the steering wheel, squinting through the windshield. Does it say where the park is? Luke demanded. Does it say where we are? Clay asked. The words on the sign came into view as we drove past it. It said, sign for rent. We all let out a disappointed groans. The Mad Pincher returns! Luke cried. Gave Clay a hard pinch on the arm. Luke never knows when to quit.
Road isn't going anywhere,
Dad said, scowling.
I'll have to turn around and get back on the hallway if I can find it.
I think you should ask someone for directions, Mom suggested.
Ask someone, ask someone,
Dad exploded.
Do you see anyone I can ask?
His face was bright red again. Drove with one hand so he could use the other to shake his fist. I meant if we see a gas station, Mom muttered.
A gas station, Dad screamed. I don't even see a tree.
That was right. I stared out the window, saw nothing but white sand on both sides of the road. Sun beamed down on it, making it gleam. Sand was bright, nearly looked like snow.
I meant to go north,
Dad muttered.
Desert south, must have gone south.
You'd better turn around, Mom urged.
Are we lost?
Clay asked. I could hear some fear in his voice. Clay isn't the bravest kid in the world. In fact, he's pretty easy to scare. Once I crept up behind, and him on the backyard at night, whispered his name. He almost jumped right out of his shoes. Dad, are we lost? Luke repeated the question.
Yeah, we're lost, Dad replied quietly. Hopefully lost.
Clay let out a soft cry and slumped in the seat. He looked like a balloon deflating. Don't tell him that, Mom cried sharply.
What should I tell him? Dad snapped back. We're nowhere near zoo gardens. We're nowhere near civilization. We're in the desert going nowhere.
Just turn around. I'm sure we can find someone we can ask. Stop being so dramatic.
We're all gonna die in the desert, Luke said with a gruesome grin. And buzzards will peck at our eyeballs and eat our flesh.
My brother has a great sense of humor, doesn't he? He can't imagine what it's like having to live with a total ghoul. Luke, stop scaring Clay, Mom said, turning in her seat to glare at Luke.
I'm not scared,
Clay insisted, but he looked scared. His round face was kind of pale. His eyes were blinking a lot behind his glasses. His short, feathery blonde hair and round eyeglasses. Clay looked like a frightened owl. Muttering to himself, Dad slowed the car to a stop, turned it around, headed back in the direction we had come.
Like vacation,
He said through clenched teeth. It's still early, Mom told him, checking her watch. The late morning sun was nearly straight overhead. Feel its warmth on my face through the open sunroof. Rode for nearly half an hour. Luke wanted to play 20 questions or geography with Clay. Clay moodily said no, stared out the window, watching the desert roll by. Every few minutes he said,
Are we still lost? Pretty lost,
my dad would reply unhappily. We're okay, Mom kept reassuring us. As we drove, the scraggly trees reappeared, and after a while the sand gave way to darker fields dotted with trees and low shrubs. I sat silently, my hands clasped in my lap, staring out the window. I wasn't really scared or worried. I wished we would at least see a gas station or a store. One other human being. I'm getting hungry, Luke cried. Is it lunchtime? Long sigh that sounded like air escaping from a tire. Dad pulled the car to the side of the road. Reached across Mom to the glove department.
There's got to be some kind of map in here. In there, he said.
No, I already looked. They started to argue. I raised my eyes to the open sunroof above my head. Oh! I let out a cry as I saw a hideous monster staring down at me, lowering its enormous head about to crush the car. I opened my mouth to scream. Chapter 2. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Monster glared down at me through the sunroof. It was tall as a building. I realized its red eyes glowed with evil, mouth twisted in a hungry grin. Dad? I finally managed to stammer. Dad was bent over, fumbling through the papers in the glove compartment. Wow! I heard Luke cry, turned and saw Luke was staring up at it, his blue eyes widened with fright. Dad? Mom? My heart was pounding so hard I thought my chest might explode. Lizzie, what is it? Mom asked impatiently. The monster lowered its head over us, mouth wide open, ready to swallow the whole car. Then Luke started to laugh. Wow, cool, he cried. I realized at the same time the monster wasn't alive. It was a mechanical figure, part of a giant billboard display. Ducking my head to get a better view through the side window, I saw Dad had pulled the car right up beside the billboard. My parents were so busy arguing about maps they hadn't even noticed it. I stared up at the red-eyed monster. It lowered its head and opened its jaws, and the jaws snapped shut. The enormous head slipped back on its own. It looks so real, Clay exclaimed, staring up at it. Didn't fool me, I lied. I wasn't going to admit that I nearly leapt out through the sunroof. Must be the calm one after all. Rolled down the window, stuck my head out to read the billboard in front of the mechanical monster. Its huge red letters said, Welcome to Horrorland, where nightmares come to life. There was a dark red arrow in the upper left-hand corner, with one word, with the words 1 mile. Not one word. I was mixing that up, my bad. Can we go there? Luke demanded eagerly. He leaned forward and grabbed the back of Dad's seat with both hands. Can we, Dad? How about it? It looks kind of scary, Clay said softly. Dad slammed the gun compartment shut with a sigh, giving up on the map idea.
Luke, stop pulling in my seat, he snapped. Sit back.
Can we go to Horrorland? Horrorland? What's Horrorland? Mom demanded.
Never heard of it,
Dad muttered. It's only a mile from here, Luke pleaded. It looks great. The monster lowered its head over the car, staring into the sunroof, then raised its head again. I don't think so,
Mom said, staring at the huge billboard. Zoo Garden's such a wonderful park. Horrorland doesn't look very nice. It looks great, Luke insisted, pulling at Dad's back seat again. Looks really excellent. Luke, sit back down, Dad pleaded. Let's go, I urged. You're never going to find Zoo Gardens. Mom hesitated, chewing her lower lip. I don't know, she said fretfully. Some of these places aren't safe. It'll be safe, Luke declared. It'll be very safe. Luke, sit back down, Dad growled. Can we go? Luke demanded, ignoring Dad's request. Can we go? It could be fun, Clay said quietly. Let's give it a try, I urged him. If we hate it, we can always leave. Dad rubbed his chin, sighed. Well, I guess it'd be better than sitting here in the middle of nowhere arguing all day. Yay! Luke screamed. Luke and I reached over Clay to slap each other a high five. Horrorland sounds like a pretty cool place to me. I love scary rides. The rides are as scary as that monster, I said, pointing at the billboard. This park will be awesome. You don't think it's too scary, do you? Clay asked. I saw that he had his hands clasped tightly in his lap. He had that frightened now look on his face again. No, it won't be too scary, I told him. Oh, how was I wrong? I can't believe someone would build a big... Oh, this is someone talking. Can't believe someone would build a big theme park here out in the wilderness, Dad declared. We were driving through what seemed like an endless forest. Tall old trees leaning over two-lane road, nearly blocking out the late morning sun. Maybe they haven't built the park yet, Mom suggested. Maybe they're going to clear out these trees and build the park here. All three of us in the back seat were hoping Mom was wrong, and she was. The road curved sharply. When we came out of the curve, we saw the tall gates to the park straight up ahead. Behind a tall purple fence, Horrorland seemed to stretch for miles. Leaning forward in my seat, I could see the top of rides and strange... Yeah, not bad. Sorry about that. I could see the top of rides and strange, colorful buildings. As we drove across the enormous parking lot, entire chords of organ music invaded the car. Yay, this looks great! Luke exclaimed. Clay and I enthusiastically agreed. Couldn't wait to get out of the car and see everything. Parking lot is nearly empty, Dad said, glancing uneasily at Mom. That means we won't have to wait in long lines, I quickly exclaimed. I think Lizzie's excited about this place, Mom commented, smiling. Me too, Luke cried. He punched Clay enthusiastically on the shoulder. Luke always has to be punching or pinching somebody. He crossed the wide parking lot and saw a few cars parked near the front gate. Far side of the lot stood a row of purple and green buses with the word Horrorland across the side. We rode closer, got a good look at the front gate. The same monster we had seen behind the billboard rose up behind a big purple and green sign over the gate. The sign read, The Horrorland Horrors welcome you to Horrorland. I don't get the sign. What are the Horrorland Horrors? I don't get that sign, Mom said. What are the Horrorland Horrors? We'll find out, I exclaimed happily. The solemn, eerie organ music floated heavily over the parking lot. Dad pulled into a space in an empty aisle to the right of the front gate. Luke and I pushed open the back door before the car had even stopped. Let's go, I cried. Luke, Clay, and I started trotting towards the gate. As I ran, I stared up at the green monster over the sign. This one didn't move its head like the billboard monster. It looked very real. Glanced back and saw Mom and Dad were hurrying to catch up with us. Hey. Lost my place there. And then I gasped as a deafening explosion made the ground shake. Stared back in horror as our car burst apart, exploding into a million pieces. Jesus.
Oh, ad break came up. Pause for a moment. Mm. 24 seconds left. Ah. 3, 2, 1. Alright. Ad should have finished, so let's proceed. Took me a long while to stop screaming. Finally, I swallowed hard, choking back my cries, while staring in shock. Small chunks of twisted metal, a few burning cinders were all that was left of our car. Ow! Was all Dad managed to say. I don't believe it, I stammered. Thank goodness we're all out of the car, Mom cried, gathered us all up in a big hug. Thank goodness we're all okay. Luke and Clay still hadn't uttered a sound, stood wide-eyed staring at the spot where the car had been. My car! Dad choked out in a horrified whisper. My car! How? How? We're safe, Mom muttered. We're all safe. Terrifying explosion. Can't get the sound out of my ears. I've got to call the police, Dad sputtered. Again trotting to the gate, shaking his head and muttering to himself. How could a car just blow up like that, dear? Mom asked, hurrying after him. What would make it do that? How should I know? Dad snapped angrily. I don't get it. I really don't. And now what are we gonna do? Sounded really panicked. I don't blame him. The explosion was really scary. When I realized that we could all have been inside the car when it went off, I had cold chills down my back. Maybe there's a rental car place that we can call, Mom suggested. Moms like me calm in any emergency. We followed Dad as he went running up to the ticket booth at the entrance. Green Monster stood in the booth. He had bulging yellow eyes and dark horns curled over its head. It's a great costume. Welcome to Horrorland, he said in a gruff, low voice. A loud stab of organ music rose from inside the ticket booth. I'm a Horrorland horror, all the horrors, and I hope you have a scary day. My car! Dad cried frantically. There was an explosion! I need a phone! I'm sorry, sir. No phones. Guy in the monster costume replied. Huh? Dad's face was bright red again. His forehead was drenched in sweat. But I need a phone, right away! Dad insisted, glaring angrily at the green monster. My car exploded! We're stuck here! We'll take care of you, the horror replied, lowering his gruff voice nearly to a whisper. Yeah, what? Dad cried. I need a car! I need to get a phone, don't you understand? No phones, the monster repeated. But please, sir, allow us to take care of you. I promise we'll take care of everything. Don't let this spoil your visit to Horrorland. Spoil my visit? Dad shrieked, his face growing even redder. But my car! The loud stab of organ music made me jump. Creepy music made me feel as if I were actually in a horror movie. We will take care of you, I promise, the horror said. A strange smile crossed his face. His yellow eyes lit up.
Please enjoy your stay, and do not worry about transportation. The other whores and I will see that you're properly taken care of. What? Dad sputtered. A whore gestured towards the park. Please enter as our guests. Free admissions. I apologize for your car, but please do not worry. I promise you no need to worry about your car. Dad turned back to us, sweat dripping down his forehead. Could see he was really upset. I can't enjoy an amusement park right now, he said. I can't believe this happened. I really can't. We gotta get a car somehow, and... Oh, please, Dad, Luke cried. Please, can't we go inside? Said'll take care of it for us. Just for a little while, I joined my brother in pleading. Been such a long drive, Mom told Dad. Let's go in for a short while. Let them blow off some steam. Dad thought about it, frowning hard. Okay, just for a little while, he agreed, finally. The organ music grew louder as he stepped through the gate. Wow, look at this place, I cried. It really is like being in a horror movie. We were standing in a brown, cobbled street. Strange, dark cottages tilted up on both sides of the street. Tall trees along the street nearly blocked out all the sunlight. The air carried a chill. Low howls like wolf howls floated out from the cottages. Cool, Luke declared. A sign proclaimed, Welcome to Werewolf Village. Do not feed the werewolves, if you can help it. The frightening howls grew louder. Luke and I laughed at the sign. I saw a green monster, one of the horrors, standing at us through the dark window in the cottage across the narrow street. Another horror walked past, carrying a very real-looking human head. We gasped as it, by its long blonde hair, bounced it up and down like a yo-yo as he walked. Cool, Luke proclaimed. It seemed to be his word of the day. We walked along the cobbled street. The sound of our thudding sneakers echoed off the cottage walls. Oh, we all let out cries of surprise as long and low gray wolves ran in front of us, disappeared around the side of the cottage where we got a good look at it. Was that a real wolf? Clay asked, his voice shaking. Of course not, I told him. You're probably a dog, or else it was mechanical. Well, they certainly keep this park clean, Mom said, trying to sound cheerful. There isn't a piece of trash or dirt anywhere. Of course, it isn't very crowded. Dad lingered behind. I've got to find a phone, he said fervently. I can't enjoy this till we know we have a way to get out. But dear, Mom started. There's got to be a phone somewhere, Dad interrupted. Go on without me. No, I'll come with you, Mom said. You're in such a frantic state. You'll need me. Need to make the calls for you. Kids will have a better time without us hanging around anyways. Leave them, Dad cried. You mean let them go on their own? Of course, Mom said, hurrying back to him. They'll be perfectly fine. This looks like a very nice place. What could happen? What could happen? With those words, Mom and Dad rushed off to find a phone. Meet back here, Mom called to us. Luke, Clay, and I, suddenly on our own, turned to watch Mom and Dad hurry away. I turned back in time to see a gray wolf edging out from behind the cottage, lowered its head, let out a rumbling, warning growl. All three of us foes realized its hungry red eyes were locked on us. I cried out, Chapter 4. I cried out and pulled Luke and Clay back. A wolf slithered out, holding its head low, glaring up at us with wide red eyes, its mouth opening hungrily. It's real, Clay declared, swallowing hard, and my hand on his shoulder, feeling trembling. The wolf let out a low growl, and it slid back behind the cottage wall. I think it's some kind of robot or something, I told Clay. Let's go somewhere else, Clay replied, suddenly very pale. What does that sign say up there? Luke asked. He went running over to the dark cobblestone to sign. Clay and I followed. The sign read, No pinching. Luke laughed. That's stupid. What a dumb sign, Clay agreed. That sign was meant just for you, Luke, I exclaimed. I gave him a hard pinch on the arm. Hey, can't you read? He shouted angrily, pointing at the sign. Saw a green horror watching us from down the street. Then I saw a family making its way behind the row of cottages. There was a mother and father and a little girl. The little girl was crying for some reason. The parents had their hands on her shoulders and looked very upset. A wolf howl cut through the air. Let's find some rides. Some scary rides, Luke added. Walking side by side, keeping close together, we made our way out of the werewolf village. The street widened into a round plaza. Bright sunlight returned as soon as we stepped out of the village. Several purple and green buildings surrounded the plaza. Saw a few more families, several green costumed horrors, keeping an eye on everything. A pudgy horror behind a purple and green cart was selling ice cream cones, black ice cream. Yuck! Luke declared, making a face. We hurried past the cart, past another no pinching sign, stopped in front of what appeared to be a big, tall, purple mountain. It's a ride, I told them. A doorway was cut into the side of the mountain. Above the doorway was a sign, Doom Slide. We'd be the one to slide forever. Cool, Luke cried, slapping Clay a high five. I bet you climb to the top and slide all the way down, I said, pointing to the top of the mountain-shaped building. Let's go, Luke cried excitedly. He ran to the building, then through the open doorway in the side. It's dark and cold inside. A wide ramp curved up towards the top. See kids squealing and laughing, but I couldn't see them. Three of us half walked, half ran up the ramp, eager to get to the top. About halfway up, we stopped to read another sign. Warning, you may be the one to slide to your doom. Now I could hear kids screaming as they slid down. It's too dark to see anything. Are you scared, Clay? I asked, noticing his tight expression. No way, he insisted, embarrassed by my question. I've seen these things before. They're really huge sliding boards. You sit on them and slide down. Hurry, Luke shouted, running ahead of us. Hey, wait up, I called. I followed them to the top of the ramp. We found ourselves on a wide platform. A row of long, curving sliding boards stretched to the end of the platform. The sliding boards were numbered 1 to 10. In the dim light, I saw two horrors watching us approach. They stood in front of the sliding board. Their bulging yellow eyes lit up as we hurried over to them. Do we slide all the way down, or do you slide all the way down? Luke asked one of them. The horror nodded. Do you go really fast? Clay asked, lingering a few feet behind them. The horror nodded again. It's a long way down, he rumbled. Be careful which slide you pick, the other horror warned. Don't pick the doom slide. He gestured to the numbers painted in black in front of each slide. Yes, don't pick the doom slide, his partner repeated. You'll slide down forever and ever. I laughed. He was just trying to scare us, wasn't he? Chapter 5. I choose slide number 3, as 3 is my lucky number. Luke sat down on top of the slide next to mine, slide number 2, and Clay scrambled over to the far end, dropped down on slide number 10. I glanced back to see what the horrors were doing. Before I could focus on them, felt the bottom tilt underneath me, let out a high-pitched shriek as I began to slide. I raised my arms over my head, leaning back and screaming all the way down. My cries echoed to the enormous dark canyon of the Doomslide building. It felt great. The slide curved and curved, and I swirled down in the darkness faster and faster. In the shadowy light, I could see Luke in the slide next to mine, lying on his back, staring straight up with his mouth wide open. Tried to call to him, but the slide curved away, and I curved with it. Down, down, sliding so fast the darkness became a solid blur. The slide curved up, then around, then down again. A human roller coaster, I thought happily. Down, down, darker, darker. Sliding faster than the speed of light, I thought. I glanced from one side to the other, trying to see Luke and Clay. It was too dark, moving too fast, then boom. A chute opened up, hit the ground hard, landing on the seat of my jeans. Outside. I was back outside. Boom. Luke bounced out behind me, hit the ground, still lying on his back, made no attempt to get up, grinned up at me. Where am I? Or where am I? Back on the ground, I told him, climbing to my feet. I brushed off the back of my jeans, then reached behind my head and straightened my braid. Great ride, huh? Let's go again, Luke said, lying there. We can't go again if you don't get up, I said. Help me. He reached up a hand. I groaned as I tucked him into a sitting position. Get up yourself, I said impatiently. You were screaming in there, he told me. I did it on purpose, I said. I wanted to scream. Yeah, sure. He rolled his eyes. Then he pulled himself to his feet. Wow, I'm a little dizzy. How fast do you think we were going? I shrugged. Pretty fast, I think. It's so dark in there, it's hard to see how fast you're going. Realized we were missing a member of our sliding party. There at the closed chutes of the wall. Hey, where's Clay? Huh? Luke had forgotten about him, too. Both stared at the side of the building and waited for Clay to pop out. Where is he? Luke demanded surely. Couldn't have been that much slower than us, could he? I shook my head. Starting to feel really nervous. A heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach. My hands were suddenly cold and clammy. Come on, Clay, I pleaded, staring at the wall. Come on out. Luke scratched his black hair. Where'd he go? He asked. Why didn't Clay come out? Maybe he came out the front, I said. Maybe slide number 10 dumped you out front. Let's check it out. As we ran around the building towards the front, I scolded myself for getting scared so easily. Of course Clay came out a different chute. Probably waiting for us in front of the building. Probably worried about us. Around the purple building, the wide circular plaza came into view. There's for Mom and Dad, but they weren't there. Saw a couple of other families on the side of the circle. Pudgy green horror leaned on his ice cream cart. No sign of Clay. Luke and I kept running. And up to the front of the entrance doomslide, stopped a few feet from the dark opening. He isn't here, Luke cried, struggling to catch his breath. Breathing hard, too. Heavy feeling of dread in my stomach grew even heavier. No, Clay. No, Clay, I muttered. What are we gonna do? Luke asked. His blue eyes were wide in fear. Saw a green horror woman standing just inside the entrance. Hey, I called as I ran over to her. You see a kid come out of there? I asked breathlessly. The yellow eyes of the horror mask bulged and appeared to light up. No, this is the entrance. No one comes out here, she replied. He's blonde, sort of chubby. Wears glasses, I told her. He's wearing a blue t-shirt and denim shorts. Horror shook her head. No, no one comes out this way. Did you check the back? Everyone comes out the back. He didn't, Luke said shrilly. We were there. He didn't come out. My brother's voice came out high and squeaky, breathing so hard. His chest was heaving up and down. It's in a panic. I was frightened too, but I knew I had to stay calm for Luke's sake. He didn't come out back, I told the horror. He didn't come out the front. What happened to him? The horror was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice just above a whisper, Maybe a friend chose the doomslide. I stared at the woman. Chapter 6. I stared at the woman. And in the horror costume. You're joking, right? I stammered. I mean the doomslide. That's just a joke. She stared back at me with bulging yellow eyes, didn't reply. The signs give a warning, she said. There's always a warning. She turned and disappeared into the dark entrance. Luke and I goggled at each other. I swallowed hard. My throat felt very dry. My hands were cold as ice now. This is stupid, Luke muttered. He jammed his hands into his jeans pocket. It's just a dumb slide. Why is she trying to scare us? I guess that's her job, I told him. Gotta find Mom and Dad, Luke muttered. Gotta find Clay first. Mom and Dad find out we lost Clay. They'll get angry and make us go home as soon as we find him. If we find him, Luke said glumly. I glanced back at the plaza. No Mom and Dad. 2 teenagers were buying black ice cream cones from the horror at the cart. 2 horrors were sweeping the plaza with push brooms. working side by side. Far in the distance, I could hear the howl of a wolf from the werewolf village. The sun was high in the sky now, feeling beaming down on top of my head, on my shoulders. Still felt cold all over. Clay, where are you? I asked, thinking out loud. He's sliding forever, Luke said, shaking his head. Sliding forever, and ever on the doom slide. That's dumb, I replied, but Luke had given me an idea. Come on, I said, tugging the sleeve on his t-shirt. Started pulling him to the dark entrance. Huh? Where? Luke pulled again. We'll go on the slides again, I told him. His mouth opened in protest. Without Clay! We can't do it. Go on again without Clay. We're going to find Clay, I said, grabbing his arm, this time, pulling him into the dark. Hark opened doorway. You mean? My brother was starting to catch on. I nodded. Yes, we'll follow him. We'll take the same slide he took. Slide number 10, Luke muttered. Then added in a solemn whisper, the doom slide. We'll take it, and it will lead us right to him, I said. Climbed up the ramp in silence. The rapid thud of our sneakers echoed in the vast, hollow mountain. Ran past the sign halfway to the top. Read it again as we passed, warning, you may be the one to slide to your doom. Clay, are you still sliding? I wondered. Shook my head hard, shaking away the thought. Of course he was still sliding. What a stupid idea. Or he wasn't still sliding. What a stupid idea. Need some water. But I'm sure the ad's about to play. I'll be able to drink then. The two horrors were still standing at the top. Be careful which one you pick. One of them warned. You know which one we want, I said, breathing. Slide number 10, both of us. Or we know which one we want, I said breathlessly. Slide number 10, both of us, together. The horror nearest the slide motioned for us to sit down. I glanced at Luke, who stood right behind me, features tight with fear, tugged me back a few steps. Maybe we shouldn't, he whispered. Why not? I demanded impatiently. What if the warning's true? Luke demanded. Don't be dumb, I scolded him. The amusement park, remember? Don't kill kids, send the slide to their doom. It's all for fun. Luke swallowed hard. You sure? Of course I'm sure, I replied. Now, do you want to find Clay or not? Luke nodded. Then let's go, I ordered. I sat down on the top of our slide. Number 10. Luke plopped down right behind me, stretching his legs outside of mine. Felt the floor tilt up beneath us. Started to slide. Clay, here we come, I cried. Hold on, I got some notifications. Plus the ad should be playing soon. Okay. Have myself drink water. Chapter 7. I didn't scream this time. Clasped my hands in my lap, gritted my teeth. No way I was going to enjoy this ride. I just wanted to get to the end of it. I wanted to solve the mystery and find Clay. Slid down together. Luke grabbed onto me, his hands gripping my waist. He cried out whenever we slid over a big bump. Felt as if we were going to go flying off the slide. Both screamed as the slide took a steep dive, almost straight down. We started to fall. Landed hard. Slide curved sharply to the right, both screaming our lungs out. Gliding faster and faster in total darkness, blacker than black. Tried to see if we were moving along the other slides, it was so dark, couldn't see my sneakers in front of me. Luke squeezed my waist so hard, could hardly breathe. Tried to tell him to loosen his grip. He was screaming too loud to hear. Down, down, darker, darker. Hit another bump that sent us bouncing up into the air. Then the slide dipped and curved sharply to the left. We should be at the bottom by now, I realized. Been sliding a very long time. I gritted my teeth harder, tried to brace myself to go flying out the chute and bumping onto the ground, but no chute opened. The ride didn't end. Getting the slide faster. I grasped in mouthfuls of hot, damp air, struggling to catch my breath. Slide dipped and curved, sending us down into thick, heavy blackness. We're going to slide forever. The warning signs didn't lie. Struggled to force those frightening thoughts from my mind. Luke suddenly got very quiet. Are you okay? I called back to him. I don't know, he replied, holding on even tighter. Why are we sliding for so long? You're hurting me, I cried. He loosened his hold a little. I don't like this, he shouted in my ear. He had another bump. His hands flew off me. Another bump, even harder. I was going to fly off the slide, fall to the bottom. There was a bottom. Down, down. Luke and I both cried out in disgust as something sticky covered our faces. Reached up with both hands and tried to pull it off. Yuck! Luke screamed. What is it? My face! It's like cobwebs! I shouted back at him. Hot, sticky cobwebs! My whole face itched. The sticky threads covered my face like a net. I pulled frantically at them.
Oh yeah, this cover is coming off. That's no good.
Oh, I cried out as the slide took another sharp dip, tearing at the sticky cobwebs. I managed to pull most of them off. My face still itched like crazy, as if 1,000 ants were crawling around on it. So gross!
Hi, Alicia. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it. We're reading a Goosebumps book. Spookies. OMG, a fish? What do you mean, a fish? Or do you mean my new channel point icon? Oh yeah, they're now decoy coins. Ina thought of a clever one though. I might change it to decoins. Book reading. Hi, welcome to the stream. We're reading One Day at Horrorland by R.L. Stine. Anyways, I'll probably do that after stream because that's a bitchin' pun. That's a great way to use that pun. Anyways, welcome, welcome, welcome. What brings you here? Koi pun sounds so cute. I mean, that's what the fish on me are. They're decoys. I'll see to your decoys.
Tearing at the sticky cobwebs, I managed to pull most of them off. My face still itched like crazy, as if 1,000 ants were crawling around. Hound on it. It's so gross, Luke yelled behind me. My face, it hurts! Down, down to the heavy blackness, or heavy darkness. And then a flare of bright light made me shut my eyes. Was it daylight? Were we headed outside? No. I forced my eyes open, squinted at the yellow light. I realized staring at burning flames. The slide ahead of us was on fire. The yellow and orange flames raged on, up, topped by a curtain of billowing black smoke. I raised my hands to my face and started to shriek. We were sliding right into the blazing flames. We're gonna burn up! Luke screamed. Help! Somebody! Help us!
Oh, there's the ad break. It's like it had to get here eventually. I was expecting that like 7 minutes ago, but oh well. There it is. We'll wait it out. I gotta repair this book cover. I'll need, at the very least, some masking tape. God, this thing is old. Like, you can feel that it must have been mildew damaged. Like, it wasn't soaked, but it wasn't kept in a super dry environment. Must have been kept in a very humid environment. Or a dank environment. One of those two. I say dank as if that word hasn't been corrupted. Damp. Well, not entirely damp. Dank is a good explainer there. But yeah, this cover is splitting off. No wonder it was sold. First time hearing this word? Educational stream. I mean, it means a lot. It means something very different nowadays in casual slang, but it usually refers to something that is dark, dreary, moist, based in nature. It's usually a descriptor that you might use for a basement. Not the moist. All right. Ads over. So, chapter 8. I shut my eyes and felt a powerful burst of heat, almost like an explosion. I'm burning up, I thought. Burning up. A whoosh of cool air made me open my eyes. Fire was behind us now. Sailed right through it. Curving gently, we slid through cool darkness. See the orange flicker of flames reflected on the dark walls above us. Luke and I fell silent, waiting for my heart to stop thudding in my chest. Great special effects! Luke cried. He let out a wild laugh, frantic laugh I've never heard before. Fire is fake, I realized. Some kind of projection or something. I sucked in mouthfuls of cool air. I'd never been so terrified in my life. What does this ride end? Luke cried. His voice had become high and frightened. Never, I thought glumly. We really are going to slide forever. As that frightening thought lingered in my mind, a chute opened in front of us. Daylight streamed in. Bump. I landed hard on soft grass. A few seconds later, Luke dropped out behind me. I blinked several times, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the bright sunlight. Then I climbed slowly to my feet, my heart still pounding. A yellow and green sign on the wooden pole stood directly in front of us. It read, Welcome to Doom. Population 0 humans. Standing next to the sign with Clay. He came rushing over to greet us, happy smile on his round, pink face. Hey, guys, hey! He called. Where have you been? He slapped Luke a high five. Then Luke gave him a playful punch in the stomach. Where have we been? I asked. Where have you been? Right here, Clay replied. I didn't know where I was. I think it's the other side of the park or something, so I just waited for you. We went back on the doom slide. We went back on the doom slide, Luke explained. We took your slide, number 10. What a ride, it was so cool. A few seconds ago, Luke had been shrieking in real terror. Now here he was pretending he loved it, telling Clay how cool it was. You picked a good slide, Luke told Clay. Wow, it was excellent. I was kind of scared, Clay confessed. I mean the fire. Great special effects, my brother exclaimed. This park is awesome. Luke was such a phony. There's no way he would ever admit that he was worried about Clay. No way to admit that the long slide to doom had terrified him.
I'm glad to see his old enthusiasm return. I didn't like seeing my brother frightened and in a panic. It was kind of a long slide, Clay said, frowning, his feathery blonde hair glowing in the bright sunlight. A little too long, I think. I'd like to go again, Luke boasted. I turned and gazed around. Definitely in another section of Horrorland. Nothing looked familiar. Along the wide walkway, I saw several kids in bathing suits headed down a sandy path. A sign over the path read, Horror Rapids. To our right, a square-shaped building made of glass reflected the bright sunlight. The glass walls shimmered brightly as if on fire. Squinting through the light, I could just barely make out the sign in front of it, House of Mirrors. Let's try the House of Mirrors, Luke urged, pulling Clay by the arm. Whoa, wait a minute, I cried. Don't you think we should try to find Mom and Dad? They're way over on the other side of the park, Luke replied, tugging Clay along with him across the pavement. Let's have some fun and then find them. They're probably looking for us, I said fervently. Park isn't very crowded. They'll find us, Luke replied. Come on, Lizzie. It looks like fun. I hesitated, thinking about Mom and Dad. I stared at the white glare of the glass building. Suddenly I felt someone tap on my shoulder. Startled, I cried and spun around. This green-costumed horror. His bulging eyes stared into mine, and he leaned close to me. Get away while you can, he whispered. He turned his eyes quickly from side to side, as if making sure no one was watching. Please, I'm serious. Please, get away while you can. Chapter 9. I was so stunned I didn't say anything. I watched him running off, moving awkwardly in the bulky horror costume, purple trail dragging over the pavement behind him. What do you want? Clay called. He and Luke were nearly out to the House of Mirrors entrance. He said we should get out while we can. I stammered, running over to them. I lost them for a moment in the blinding sunlight reflected off the glass building. Luke laughed. Those horror guys are great, he declared. They really try to scare you in this place. Behind his glasses, Clay's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He was kidding, right? He asked quietly. I mean, it was just a joke. Wasn't it? I don't know, I told him. I guess so. I watched the horror disappear quickly behind a tall blue pyramid-shaped building. I'm glad you find this interesting. This is my favorite concept from the Goosebumps books. Like the Attack of the Mutant is like my favorite, but this is my favorite concept in the entire Goosebumps series. This is a Horrorland. That's his job, Luke insisted. He goes around scaring people all day. Maybe he was really trying to warn us, Clay muttered, staring at me. No way, Luke declared. Gave Clay a hard slap on the back. Stop talking so gloomy. All the time. This is a great place. You like to be scared, don't you? Clay's expression remained worried. I guess, he replied uncertainly. Started to tell Clay I was sure it was just a joke. Luke interrupted us. Hurry up. Let's check out the House of Mirrors. Let's have some fun before Mom and Dad show up and make us leave. He dragged Clay towards the entrance. I followed. We passed another no pension sign. We made our way into the shimmering glass building. Outside the entrance, I stopped to read the yellow and green sign. It read, House of Mirrors. Reflect before you enter. No one may ever see you again. Hey, wait up! I called to the boys. They were already hurried inside. I stepped in, found myself in a narrow, dark tunnel. My eyes were still filled with bright glare from outside. Couldn't see a thing. Luke? Clay? Wait up! I shouted. My voice echoed in the low tunnel. Could hear them laughing up ahead. I jogged blindly, ducking my head behind the ceiling. It was so low.
Or because the ceiling was so low. You read novels as well? Uh, so far, or on stream, I've read a few things. At Christmas, we read a lot of Christmas stories. That was cute. And I started The Adventures of Santa Claus. I'll probably finish it this Christmas. Other than that, I read a few of Edgar Allan Poe's poems, and then we started the Sherlock Holmes series, which we read through the Room of Scarlet, The Sign of the Four, and then completed the first collection of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Then, after that, we have currently made it through 8 chapters of Journey to the West. And I also read, around Halloween, the first in the Horrorland subseries. He's being, it's something to do with Slappy. I can't remember what it was called. Something to do with a living dummy. I don't like Slappy. If Horrorland's my favorite concept, Slappy is my least favorite Goosebump concept. I fucking hate his guts. Anyways, that's what I've read on stream so far. When I do games, I do a lot of RPGs, and I'll do voices and whatnot for them. I don't know if you do visual novels, but oh well. Only visual novel I've technically done so far are my Fate Grand Order streams. Any other things that I do, I just do voices for uh, the other video games I'm playing at the time. I wonder if I should do Thousand Year Door when it comes out, or well, when the remake comes out. That'd be fun. Oh, maybe I should do. I know Fate Stay Night's actually going to be getting its first official localization. Holy shit. I'm excited for that. I don't know if I should do that on stream or not. I know it's long, but I might. Going to bed, shocker, but now I can justify leaving the stream on. Aww. Good night, Alicia. I hope you have pleasant dreams. Where the hell was I? Ah, over here. Love you, big fish tank, with very nice voice. I'm a doppelganger, but sure, I'll accept fish tank for now. Prevents me from being called an actual fish. Written sample novels with me, haha, it's not official, just more of a fanfic. Yeah, I do a lot of my own writing as well. I usually work with someone because I'm not very good at coming up with stuff on my own. I usually need someone to bounce off of, which is why my lore writing is taking so long because I'm trying to do that solo and like I have a general good idea, but on my own I'll be like, well, fuck, now what? It's like, man, I have never had a creative thought in my life the moment I try to write something on my own. The moment I try to work with someone else, or randomly be like, oh, in the shower, oh, I have an idea, and then, not a fish at all, except for the fish Sona from Valentine's card. Valentine's card? What? Valentine's card. Valentine's. What did I do on Valentine's? What I made for you? I need to go check that, 'cause I don't remember. My memory's terrible. Oh, that one. I didn't have to scroll up that far. Yeah, that was adorable. Me DMing you? No, I'm too shy. I mean, you've done it twice.
Finally, my eyes adjusted to the darkness.
I'm so brave. Trust me, I'm not at all intimidating. I'm not good with social interaction. So you reaching out to me already has more gonads than I do at the time for it. Did I send a sample I did? Ha ha ha. You can. So the nothing serious. So the best way you can do that right now is because I don't have a Discord server ready yet. The best way you can sort of send me something is like tag me on Twitter or DM me on Twitter. I mean I don't like Twitter's DM system because it can be delayed, like super fucking delayed. Or if you have a place that you usually post them, like a website, you can DM me that link. Hold on, let me get a bookmark in this while I take a look see. Who the fuck are these people? Okay, that one I'll address in a bit. This one. Okay, so this one's you. Read at your own risk. Let's see. Do. Alright, I shall read that after stream since I want this stream to like just focus on this one. Not a good writer myself, but I'd like to hear some feedback. Alright. I'll let you know what I think when I do get around to reading it. But right now, I'm just gonna focus on this book. I had enough submissions or enough of a following. I wonder if fan writings of some sort would be an interest of yours. Because that could be a cool idea. Alright, close that. This thing keep trying to fall off. Alright, time to be ignored again. I shall look. What do you mean ignored again? I'm in the middle of something. Come on. Anyways, I hope you enjoy lurking. You're gonna drink water again. Thanks for the stretch redeem, Licia. I'll put that bookmark back in that I just took out. Where I set it. Ah, there it is. You're fighting demons? No, I'm just stretching. I'm just stretching. Gotta get those deep stretches in. Alright. Finally, my eyes adjusted to the darkness. The tunnel ended, and I found myself in a narrow corridor with mirrored walls and mirrored ceilings. Good for you. Weren't you trying to get some sleep? Oh, I uttered a low cry. I could see my reflection, dozens of them, seemed to surround myself. Stopped for a moment, adjusted my long black braid. Thought it was coming loose. And I called again to the boys. Where are you? Wait up! I'm very asleep. Alright, sure. Could hear them giggling somewhere up ahead. Try and find us! Luke called, more giggling. Made my way quickly through the walkway. The walls curved to the right, then the left. My reflection followed me, stretching deep into the mirrors. Dozens and dozens of me, getting smaller and smaller, stretching to infinity. Hey, don't get too far ahead! I heard them giggling. I heard a rumble of footsteps, seemed to be coming from the other side of the mirrored wall. Followed the corridor. Walked slowly, carefully, until I saw a narrow opening up ahead. Wait right there, I'm coming through, I called. Started through the opening and bunk! Hit my forehead on solid glass. Ow! Cried out as pain jolted across my forehead, and then down the back of my neck, all the way down my spine. My hands to the glass, waiting for my dizziness to fade. Lizzie, where are you? Try to find. Lizzie, where are you? Try to find us! I heard Luke call. Hit my head, I shouted, rubbing my forehead. Could hear him and Clay laughing. Their voices seemed to be behind me now. Turned back. There were only mirrors behind me, no opening. My head still ached a little. Dizziness had gone away. Started walking again, more carefully this time. Kept both hands out in front of me, so I wouldn't bump into anything. I turned a corner, stepped to a different room. My surprise, the floor in this room was a mirror. The walls, the ceilings, the floor were all mirrors, as if I felt someone stand inside a mirrored box. Be a weird place for a pervert. I took a few careful steps. It felt so weird walking on my own reflection. See the tops and bottoms of my sneakers as I walked. It was really hard to walk. Kept having that feeling I was going to fall into myself. Hey guys, where are you? I called. No reply. Felt a sharp stab of fear in my stomach. Luke, Clay, are you there? So the mouths of my reflection moved as I called out. Dozens of mouths, but only one voice came out. My voice, tiny and shrill. Luke, Clay? Silence. Don't fool around, guys, I shouted. Where are you? Silence. No reply. I stared at the dozens of reflections on all sides of me. They all looked very frightened. Luke, Clay! Where had they gone? Chapter 10. I stared at my reflections. As horrifying thoughts swept over me. The boys really disappeared, fallen into some kind of trap, lost in the maze of glass and mirrors. Horrorland was too scary, I decided. Fun to be scared was too hard to tell whether the scares here were for fun or for real.
Were there dangers in this place, or was it all a big scary joke? Luke, Clay, I called to them in a trembling voice, turning all around, searching for an exit. Silence. Heard a muffled giggle. Heard whispering voices nearby. Another giggle, louder this time. Luke's giggle, then playing a little joke on me. Hey, you're not funny! I screamed angrily. Really not funny. Hear them both burst out laughing. Come and find us, Lizzie, Luke called. What's taking so long? Clay added. More giggling seemed to come from just up ahead. Sliding my hands along the mirrors, I followed the hall around to the right. Had to duck my head to slip through a narrow opening between the mirrors. Found myself in another small room surrounded by mirrors. Above and below and on all sides, mirrors were tilted at strange angles. My reflection appeared to bounce off each other as I moved. Where are you? Am I getting closer? I called. The light grew dim. I made my way through this room. My reflections darkened. The shadows grew longer. We can't see you, Clay called. Hurry up, Luke shouted impatiently. Going as fast as I can, I screamed. Just don't move, okay? Stay in one place. We are, Luke called back. Oh, we'll get out of here, I heard Clay ask him in a low voice. Ow! Bumped my head in on a section of clear glass. Prodded my fist angrily on the glass. This wasn't fun. I thought it was too painful. Hurry up, Luke called from somewhere nearby. It's boring waiting here for you. I'm coming, I muttered, rubbing my poor aching forehead. Turned a corner, stepped to a wider room. No mirrors here. Walls were all glass. Stopped to gaze around. There was Luke. Finally, he cried. Why couldn't you find us? Kept hitting my head, told him. Let's get out of here. Where's Clay? Huh? Luke's mouth dropped in surprise. Spun around searching for his friend. He was standing right here, he said. Luke, I'm not in the mood for more dumb jokes, I said sharply. Clay, where are you hiding? I'm not hiding. I'm over here, Clay called. Took a few steps closer to my brother. Clay got into view, standing in deep shadow behind a glass wall, hands pressed against the pane. How'd you get over there? Luke asked Clay. Clay shrugged. I can't find a way out. I moved towards my brother, then stopped. Suddenly realized he was behind a different wall of glass. Luke and I were in different rooms. Hey, where's the opening? I asked him. Luke glanced around. What do you mean, Lizzie? You and I, we're not in the same room, I replied. Walked up to the glass wall, tapped on it with my fist. Huh? Luke, filled with surprise, made his way over to me, tapped on the side of the glass as if making sure it really did exist. How'd that get there? He muttered. Clay started moving around his room, sliding his hands along the pane of glass, searching for an opening. Stand right there, I told Luke. I'll find a way into your room. Followed Clay's example. I moved slowly around the room, keeping a hand pressed against the glass. The light was dim. My shadow fell over the glass as I walked. I could see my face reflected darkly in the glass. My eyes stared back at me, dark and desperate. Before I realized it, I made a complete circle. I was back where I started. There was no opening, no doorway, no way out. Hey, I'm trapped in here, Clay called shrilly. So am I told him. There's got to be an opening. How do we get in? You're right, I replied fervently. We should be able to get out the way we came in. And searching along the walls again, moving quickly. Heart began to pound, fluttering, feeling in my chest. Had to be a way out. Had to be. Luke pounded hard on the glass, and the room could see Clay jogging frantically around his room, pushing on the walls as he moved. I went all the way around twice, then stopped. There's no way out. I'm trapped, I stammered. Like a glass box. We're all trapped, Clay cried. Luke was still pounding frantically on the glass with his fist. Luke! Stop, I cried shrilly. This isn't helping. He lowered his fist to his side. This is ridiculous, he muttered. There's got to be a way out. Maybe there's a trap door or something, I suggested. Began to search the mirrored floor. Too dark to see well. The floor appeared solid to me. I returned to the glass wall. This isn't much fun, I said glumly. Luke and Clay nodded. See, they were both really frightened. So was I. Decided I was 2 years old. But I decided I was 2 years older than them, so I had to try to be the brave one. Oh, got another ad. Okay.
We'll wait that out. Another swing of water while we're at it. Do 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 There's the end of the ad break. All right, let's proceed. I think we're roughly halfway through. Awesome, awesome. I wasn't feeling very brave. Uttering a worried sigh, I leaned against the wall that separated Luke and me. As I leaned, the wall started to move, jumped back with a sharp cry. You feel your heart pounding heavy as you approach, skin tingling with fear, panting heavily with every step, drilling closer. Thought to yourself that you were being watched. Then you looked back to see if anyone was following you, but under the veil. Then you look forward and see something ominous standing tall in front of you. Spooky. By the way, what brought you here today? Interest in VTubers? And it's Doppel. Hi, hello! Can I interest you in Yokai Watch? Or alternatively... Would you like me to explain the Fate timeline? You run, for this person must be surely mad. Anyways, what brought you here today? I'm curious how you stumbled upon this little stream. Looking for ways to optimize searchability after all, and, just random curiosity, of course. Like, do you have an interest in VTubers, books, Goosebumps in particular? Were you just scrolling? Was I suggested by the algorithm or someone? Well, I was brought here because you do a reading thing and thought maybe I should stay for a bit. Ah, I see, I see. So you found me in the reading tag. Alright, alright. I see. I'll have to remember that. Looking over male VTuber tag. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, that's there, and I saw Doppel reads. Ah. Yeah, my streams are kind of titled like old Let's Plays. But not to mention walked over to your stream. The male VTuber tag. That was not something I expected. Male VTubers don't exactly get a lot of traction. But it was just, I only put that there as a descriptor. So even whenever I have female models, people won't feel jebaited. I mean, I'm a doppelganger after all. I transform. Or at least I will. My first new model is being worked on. Indeed, but I like to see small streamers thriving slowly over time. Aw, that must be nice. I'm in that situation where, as a VTuber, I don't have time. I don't have as much time to view other VTubers. I'm in that paradox. I usually try to catch, and I'm sold by giving you a follow. Aw. Well, I appreciate the follow. I really need to figure out how to do those, like, follow alerts and whatnot. Need to get me some fancy animations. I just need a lot of stuff, and eventually. I even had this cool idea for a new starting screen because all this overlay stuff, I bought this off Etsy. It was like a package saying, fit my style, as you can see. But, I had an idea recently for something cool. Well, but I know it's gonna cost me an arm and a leg to get it made. So, that's probably just gonna be an idea phase for a long, long time. I take my kidney as well. Wait, you need those? Yeah, I just got inspired by the. So I play Genshin Impact. That will sort of prompt what I'm gonna go an example for. I was inspired by Chiori's trailer, one of them, where it shows her in front of this some of those old paper doors where you see a shadow of someone talking to you. I'm like, oh, I know that trope. Fuck, that'd make a great starting screen, something like that. So, something like that. Like, maybe have a little animation of the shadow, like reading a book or stirring matcha or how to make tea, something. I just thought it'd be like I had that jolt of inspiration whenever I saw that. It's like, I know that trope and I like that. And it looks cool. Fuck, that would cost me. I'd also have to find someone who is capable of doing so. Anyways, I'm getting way off track. Besides, I got my first model in the making right now. Or, well, my first new model in the making right now. Gonna be the gender bend. Should be fun. I'm gonna be so fucking hot. Where the hell was I? Oh, right. Here we are. Glancing around frantically, I saw that all the walls were sliding in. Luke, I cried, turned to see him backing up. The wolves, Clay called. Help me! They're sliding in on me. They're sliding in on me too, Luke screamed. Each room must have its own glass walls. All three of us were trapped. Desperate groan, I threw myself against one of the walls and tried to push it back, but I couldn't. The box was closing in and growing smaller. We're going to be crushed, I cried. Chapter 11. Do something! Please, do something! Clay was screaming. Luke lowered his shoulder to the glass, struggled to stop it from moving, but wasn't strong enough. The walls kept sliding in on him. I backed up, my hands raised like a shield. Closer, closer. Glass walls moved slowly, silently. I backed up until my back hit the wall behind me. Nowhere to go. Do something! Somebody, do something! Clay's terrified screams rang in my ears. The glass, it's squeezing me! Luke shrieked. Words. Lizzie!
I can't move, I shouted to him. The panes of glass began to press in on me from all sides, above and below, too. Suddenly pictured one of those crushed cars, cars that are crushed into a perfect fixed square in those big compactor machines. My entire body shuddered as I realized I was going to be crushed to a perfect square, too. Ow! I cried out as the glass pressed down on me. Somebody help! I tried to scream. My voice came out, a muffled yelp. It was getting hard to breathe. The glass panes moved in tighter, tighter. I gasped for air. I tried to push with all my might against the glass. It was no use being crushed to a human sphere, or a human square. Chapter 12. I couldn't hear Luke and Clay anymore. Only hear my gasping, choked breaths. Shut my eyes. Felt the floor drop away, for I realized what was happening, falling rapidly down. Opened my eyes, time to see the glass walls roll above me as I slid down, down through the unopened chute. In a few seconds, I was back outside, landed sitting up on the grass with a gentle thud. Luke and Clay came sliding out beside me. For a long moment we sat on the grass, blinking in the bright sunlight, staring at each other in disbelief. "We're okay," Clay said uncertainly. Finally breaking his silence, slowly climbed to his feet, round face bright red, and his glasses were crooked, nearly falling off his nose. "We're okay!" Oh God, no, it took me forever to clean that! Luke let out a laugh, a gleeful laugh. He stood up, began jumping up and down for joy. Exactly you feel like jumping up and down, still picturing the crushed car. Luke reached down and grabbed both my hands, pulled me to my feet. "What should we do next?" he demanded, grinning. "Huh? Next?" I cried. "You for real?" "That was really scary," Clay said, his face still red. "Thought we were going to be scrunched flat." "It was awesome," Luke declared. Once again he was forgetting that a few seconds ago, screaming in panic. Anytime someone smudges glass or a mirror, I feel that in my soul, man. I just realized that wasn't RZ that had sent that. Hi, Mr. Mustache. Welcome to the stream. Man, imagine the upkeep on a house of mirrors. You just have to go and wipe it down, maybe even multiple times a day. And that's excluding anyone who just randomly throws up or litters inside. You said something? Oh, I had thought that Mr. Mustache's first statement was from you. Because I have a bit of a color deficiency. I can tell now that I'm looking closely at it that it was his name and it's a different color. But whenever I skimmed over it with my eyes, I thought it was you. I didn't realize Mr. Mustache had gotten here. Anyways, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, yes, I am. I have a color deficiency, which is the medical term for it. There's two types. Apes. I have the one that makes it difficult to see greens and blues. Well, and it's not like a complete color blindness. It's like I have difficulty whenever things get close in shade. Yeah, it doesn't help that they name them in reverse of each other and not anything like concrete. It's like green blue colorblind and blue green colorblind, you know, or well, deficiency. That's like meddlingly unhelpful. It's like, damn, I can't even remember which one I am. So I can still see colors. It's just a lot of colors will blend for me. Do you have trigonometry? I don't know what that means. If I do, I wouldn't know.
Let's try anomaly. Yeah, I don't know what that word means. Bookmark Google. Tritanomally. Give me a definition. Thank you. Two types of color. Blue-yellow color vision deficiency. Trauma makes it difficult to see blues and greens. Means and difference between blue and green and yellow and red. And typonymy makes someone unable to tell the difference between blue and green. Meaning purple and red and yellow and pink. Also makes colors look less bright. Okay, so those are their very scientific terms. From these descriptions, because I was given my diagnosis years and years ago now, so, and I'm pretty sure it was off the top of his head. But from these descriptions, it would be the first one, so trianomaly, or tritoanomaly, where blues and greens can sort of blend, and yellows and reds can blend. It's only like whenever they get closer in shade, like in shades of orange to red can be very, very difficult for me. And shades that are really like navy blue, I have difficulty with that, and black. Speaking of which, reminds me that one of the mono. Oh wait, no, hold on, I missed up. Oh, I'll finish this one since it's not the same person. This reminds me that one of the monos. The guy cannot see colors until they meet the one. That sounds peculiar, which this guy helps him see colors when he touches them. You see. Anyways, Mr. Mustache thing. Kind of reminds me of when Ross Scott talked about when he was in art class once studying color theory. When the class had to test themselves on seeing patterns, he mainly remembers his friends swearing constantly because he kept getting the answers wrong. Apparently, that was when the friend realized he was colorblind. Yeah, so, mine was a bit more obvious, but I was in denial of it. Where, I would like try to give characters I make tannish skin, and people would keep telling me that's green, that's green. It's like, but it doesn't look green to me. So yeah, that was whenever all that started. I was also in denial of needing glasses because I'd been told I wouldn't need glasses, but then that got corrected later on in life. I probably needed them way before then too, because I got tested for glasses, and for some reason they didn't give them to me when I needed them at that time. Because you know how like schools will do like an eye test every so often. Well, I failed the fuck out of it. And then I go to the eye doctor, and I get checked there, and they said I didn't need them. Mom was upset. She's always upset whenever I need things. Like whenever something goes wrong with me, and I guess you could call it a false negative in this case, and it gets a false negative result. She's always annoyed. She's like, ugh, you just wanted attention. Like, no, I didn't. I'm generally having issues with this. I'm trying to do the right thing and guess whenever I hear things or see things. What was your vision when I had glass in my eyes for 2060 or 2070? I don't know, actually. I have no idea what my vision was. Because I got my glasses prescription like when I was 19. I'm 28 now. Or no, I was 18. I'm 28 now. I haven't changed prescriptions, but I also developed my eye issues later on in life, and the eye doctor said that means my eyesight will deteriorate slowly instead of rapidly. So I probably need to adjust them now, but it's not super urgent. Also, I don't have the funds to do so. But I don't think he ever told me the number. I wear glasses too. I have an astigma. It's so bad. Yeah, and most of the time I don't wear my glasses. I only need to see them for things that are far, or I only need to use them for things that are relatively far away. So, like, for example, when I'm reading a book, I don't need them. I'm perfectly fine. But whenever it's like driving or a billboard or just something that can be even so much as a movie poster that is a bit across the way, can't see it. Most glasses are covered under insurance, though. Any issues with that? Uh, don't you need like eye insurance or something? I really don't know how that works here. Can't even text that are close to me by 2 feet. So you have the opposite issue I do. Granted, 2 feet is a bit away, and that is probably not a good place to put your book. Like I'm holding this book. It has relatively sizable text because it's for children, but like that's uncomfortable just to hold it there. But if it like gets blurrier as it gets closer to you, then you have the opposite issue I do. Depends on the plan. Most medical insurance covers optical. For example, take my glasses and everything in chat I see. Okay, yeah. So you have literally the opposite one I do. I don't remember which one's far-sighted, which one's nearsighted, because I can't remember if they're opposites or not. But I have the one where it's hard to see things that are far away. That's why I don't wear my glasses that often, because I don't need them that often. Like all, like when I go to the secondhand shop, like where I got these books, I'll put on my glasses so I can see the titles of things clearly because they're small text on spines, and I can't be like picking them all up off the shelf. I want to skim, and I'm not fucking 6 feet tall to see the top shelf, and they're tiny lettering. So I'll like equip my glasses. But just every day, don't usually use them. If you got it through your employer, looks through your provided resources, what makes you think I have an employer anymore? I got fired from my last job for standing up to my boss. Even then, couldn't have afforded health insurance there anyways. On top of them cutting my hours. You always either work too much or you're just given only just enough time to inconvenience your entire life, but still not make enough or work enough. Always one of the two, and I get stuck in. That's why I do this. Granted, I don't really make jack shit doing this, but right now I've been granted an opportunity to try this. And I don't hate waking up in the morning, which is a big thing for me. Because before, it's hard to even convince myself to keep going. That's getting dreary. Sorry. Uh, that is a topic for another time. Where the hell was I? Da, 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 da. Ah, here it was.
It was way too scary, Clay muttered, shaking his head.
Clay's right, I agreed. Too scary to be fun. One more second and...
Don't you see? That's the whole idea, Luke cried.
That's how
they scare you here. It's so awesome. Make you think one more second and you're a goner. It's all perfectly timed. They want you to be terrified. And then poof, you're okay. I guess you're right, said Clay doubtfully. He pushed up his glasses and rubbed his chin. We're not really going to get hurt or anything, Luke continued. It's an amusement park, remember? They want you to come back and again. Not going to really hurt anybody.
Man, remember when amusement parks actually wanted you to come back and again instead of draining your bank account and life savings for one trip? That was before our time. Or maybe that's just America. Maybe it's easier in other countries. Maybe they're more reasonably priced there. I think Disneyland Paris is, at the very least. I have a friend who wants me to come visit him next year. Don't know if I'll have the funds to, but he gave me the quote, what would it take for you to go down there. Or with another person. He'd raise blow my savings at Universal. Ugh, I know that feeling. I've been to Universal twice. It's fun. The Mario World was awesome. I went to the one in Hollywood Studios. I hear the one in Florida is way better though. Mario area is so cool though, even for its smaller size, it's so cool. A little more cost effective than Disney. That depends, because I flew for the one in Hollywood to go there. I actually don't know the price ticket comparison either. Or the food comparison and whatnot. I don't know any of that.
Maybe, Clay said. But Luke, what if they mess up? I asked him. What if the machines get goofed up? What if the timing gets off? Say the floor underneath us got stuck, then what? Luke didn't reply. He stared back at me thoughtfully. What would have happened to us if the floor hadn't dropped away right at the moment? I demanded. Luke shrugged. They make sure everything works, okay? He answered finally. Dude, Disney is nightmarish, a far cry from how they were years ago. DF and I both agreed Universal's a million times better. I see. I do know they've been replacing a lot of their attractions for more modern stuff. Like the Tower of Terror became a Star Wars thing, which I heard is actually pretty good. But I haven't heard any glowing reviews. Let's just say that. Once again, this might just be like US versions of this, because I hear other countries do things in those parks very differently. I don't even think, I think I heard that the one in Japan is owned by a whole different company or something, or at least the park is ran by a different company. I don't know. I'd have to double check that information. I did see someone's Japan Disney trip cover and just like, man, things are so much fucking cheaper in this one. Jesus. You know, a lot of food's more reasonably priced in Japan. And from a lot of my analysis, which is awesome, man, I would get so fucking fat in Japan. Or maybe I wouldn't, because their cities are made to be walkable. So maybe it balances out. Should rename the points D-coins. Yeah. Ina just told me the same damn thing. And
I'm probably gonna do that. I'm probably gonna do that. Because fuck, that was smart. And fuck. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. We'll pause, and I'm gonna go pee real quick. Alright, I'm back. I used the ad break as a chance to use the restroom. Anyways, in case you didn't catch it, my friend Ina suggested the same damn thing, and god, that's clever. I'm probably gonna do that. Because I actually just renamed them today from Doppel points because I was very uncreative. And then friend Ozza suggested this little image for the points. So I was like, oh yeah, that seems awesome. And then I took that opportunity to use the decoy design that I have. Haha, doppelganger decoy. And named them D-coins, but now that's two people who's one-upped me on the pun. Don't worry, I'll change it. Actually, can I change it midstream? Get that bookmark in. A coy doppelganger. Wait, why didn't those get saved? Why didn't that name get saved? Did I just not save the name? Okay, so we're gonna go. Save. There we go. Alright, yeah. Yeah, I was able to change midstream. Hell yeah. Thought I had to wait till afterwards, but I did not. Luke shrugged. Make sure everything works, okay? He answered finally. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, sure. Is it possible to really be scared to death? Clay asked me with a solemn expression on his face. I mean, I know it happens in books and movies. Does it happen in real life? I don't know. Maybe, I replied. But people could get scared to death in that house of mirrors. Clay continued seriously. No way.
Luke insisted. Listen to me. This is just a place for fun. Scary fun. He was watching something over my shoulder. Turned to see one of the guys in a green horror costume walking by carrying a huge bouquet of black balloons. Luke hurried over behind the horror. Hey, anyone ever died in this park? Luke asked. The horror kept walking. The black balloons bobbed over his head. Only once. Same thing on puns with another shamer they regretted their life choices. I love puns and bad jokes and whatnot, so you know that pun was so good that it's so bad. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I mean, it's literally influencing my design. This like whole swimming motif I have going on. Hold on, hold on. Let's give you a good look at me. Let's put away the book for a moment as I give you a little demonstration. This will why put this book away. I did it twice and it felt so cringed. Yes, behold. Da, 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 da. I am a living aquarium. I'm a doppelganger. But most people just call me a fish because they're mean. Also, I have feet. I swear I have them. Give you a good look at me. Here's some free feet for the freaks. Look how smooth that looks. Ugh, that looks so good. Hey, you did that to yourself. We just brought the puns in. Look at them go. Look at those fishies. That's the seaweed, some flower, green plants in there. Ah, this is what I am. You should always beware, doppelganger. Get a little smirk. Also, just a small detail that I like to show off. I got fishies in my eyes. I have permanent buffering symbols. Please wait. We're loading. Loading, loading, loading. I love showing off my model mom's work. I commissioned the same. Like Express your model.
But I commissioned my same model mom to make my gender bend. It just felt quite fitting, and she's definitely improved. Seeing the way my skin is, well, it's a bit more, or even more rendered, as is the kimono. Oh, I'm gonna be so fucking hot. I'm gonna be so hot. I can't wait for it to be done. Now back in position. Alright, that's good. That's good. And well, I'll go get my book. Book. Dad, hi, cat. Should you end the chapter with a cliffhanger? Why must you be so evil? Welcome to the stream. We're reading a Goosebumps book. But I intend to finish this today. Because, if at all possible, whenever I do a Goosebumps reading stream, unless it's an exceptionally long one, I'd like to be able to knock it out in one stream. Because they're not too terribly long. I finished school and then I ate breakfast dinner. Yummy. Did you have sausage? I like sausage. Anyways, welcome to the stream, cat. Glad you can make it. Yay! Brenner. The horror kept walking. The horror kept walking. The black balloons bobbed over its head. Only once, he told Luke. One person died here? One person died here, Luke asked. The horror shook his big green head. No, not what I meant. What'd you mean? Luke demanded. A person can only die once here, the horror said. No one has ever died twice. We have brunch. We now have Brenner or Dreffist. Oh, don't forget Linner. Lunar? No, Linner, like lunch and dinner. Oh, wait, you just used the U instead of the I. Don't blame me, you and I are close together. They are. Also, that could be very flirtatious. You know what? Actually, for this, I'm gonna turn on the eyes. I should have done this from the start. Right back at you. Do you mean people really died here? I shouted. The horror walked quickly on, the black balloons bouncing against each other, floating darkly against the clear blue sky. Dad will spray pickle juice, but why? It's a pun there, too. Why would you spray me with pickle juice? It's a waste of pickle juice. You could use that to marinate chicken. Dad sus. Cat. I've always been sus. The fact you didn't know before.
Means you've been blinded. I'm still 16. If you're 16, if I actually was your dad and not just self-proclaimed, or you're self-proclaimed, um, if I actually was your father, I'd be a very irresponsible 12-year-old at that time. Jesus. You'd be a very bad dad. I would have been 12 when you were born. That's why all my kids adopt themselves. Because any that are old enough to reasonably watch my streams would it'd be concerning if I actually had them. I need a bucket of pickle juice. Put down the pickle juice! The horror made me shiver. It wasn't just his words. Cold tone of his voice. The way he made it sound like a warning. He was joking, right? Clay asked in a trembling voice. He scratched his blond hair nervously. Yeah, I guess, I replied. The family walked past us, heading towards the House of Mirrors. 2 little boys with them, both about 5 or 6. Both of them were crying. I've seen so many crying kids in this park, I commented. They're just wimps, Luke replied. Scaredy cats. Let's go find another ride or something. Can I use the sock then? No! Don't beat me with a sock. No, I really think we should find Mom and Dad, I told him. Yeah, let's go find them, Clay said eagerly. The poor kid, thinking he was really scared, was trying his best not to let my brother see how frightened he was. Oh, what's the hurry? Luke protested. Let them find us. But they're probably really worried, I insisted. I started walking towards the front gate. Dad will only make us leave, Luke grumbled, but he followed anyways. Clay gracefully came along, keeping close to my side. Following the trail, we passed by a rickety old wooden roller coaster and rose up at a high as 4-story buildings, casting a wide, dark shadow over the walk. A sign in front read, "Out of order. Do you dare ride it anyways?" The gate was open. There was no attendant. Hey, Lizzie, want to ride it? Luke asked, staring at the beat-up old cars parked at the bottom of the track. No way! Clay and I responded in unison. We kept on walking. The trail curved under thick trees. We were suddenly in the shade. A sign read, "Beware of tree snakes." Clay covered his head with his hands. All 3 of us raised our eyes to the tree. Were there really snakes up there? Too dark to see anything. The leaves were so thick, no sunlight filtered through. Suddenly I heard a gentle hissing sound. At first I thought it was just the rustle of the leaves, then the hissing grew louder, till all the trees seemed to be hissing down at us. Run! I cried. 3 of us started running along the trail, tucking low, our sneakers thudding hard on the pavement. The hissing in the trees above us grew louder, angrier. I thought I saw a long, dark snake slithering in the grass beside the trail. Might have been just a shadow. We kept running even after the trees ended. We were in the sunlight again. The trail curved past a row of evil-looking statues. They were made of stone. They were stones of grinning monsters, eyes narrowed menacingly, fangs lowered from their twisted mouths. Their arms were outreached, ready to grab anyone who came close. I slowed to a trot, my eyes on the ugly statues. Suddenly I heard a low, evil laughter. It's coming from the statues, Clay exclaimed. Keep running! The statues moved towards us. Did they raise their arms higher? They beckoned us to come closer. I'm not sure. the evil laughter in my ears, lowered my head, turned on the speed. All three of us were panting hard as we ran along the trail. Didn't see any other people. Didn't see anyone in horror costumes either. Low laughed and then he cough drop. No, they're just doing that kind of low laugh. We slowed as we came to another sign. This one had an arrow pointing in the direction we were running. It read, "Front exit. Don't bother. You'll never escape." Cough drop. Therapy. I caught the worried expression on Clay's face as he read the sign. "It's only a joke," I told him. "Signs are supposed to be funny." "Huh," he said weakly. He's panting hard, struggling to catch his breath. Without warning, Luke jumped on Clay's shoulders. "Hey, Clay, how about a ride?" Clay cried out angrily. "Get off!" Luke laughed and hung on. Clay dropped to his knees, trying to throw Luke off. "Come on, guys," I pleaded. "Luke, stop being such a goof. We're trying to find Mom and Dad." Now they were laughing and wrestling on the ground. "Come on, guys," I shouted, rolling my eyes. "Let's go!" Tugged my brother to his feet. Clay's glasses had thrown off. Doctor picked them up, and we continued on our way. The path led past a rectangular flower garden, filled with black flowers. Suddenly came to a stop in front of a large red barn. The boys walked up to the open door of the barn. I stayed back, searching for a path that led around the barn. Couldn't see one. The path goes right through the barn to the other side. Luke called to me. "Come on, Lizzie." He motioned for me to join them. I spotted a small sign painted to the right of the barn, double doors. It read, "Bat Barn." "Hey, are there bats in there?" I called, feeling a cold shudder run down my back. I like most animals, but bats really give me the creeps.
I like bats. Why?
Luke stepped inside the barn. Clay hung back, standing just outside the door. "I don't see any," Luke called out to me. "Kinda dark." Strange odor invaded my nostrils, probably guano. Strong and sour, came from the barn. I didn't want to go inside. I didn't want to go in there. "Come on, Lizzie," Luke called. "Path goes right on to the other side. Don't be chicken. You can run straight through." Stepped up beside.
There bats in there? Motherfucker, it's a rundown amusement park. Those are rats. Do rats usually fly? Also, it's not a rundown amusement park. It's an active one. It's a new one. Actually, I don't know if it's new. I'm assuming it's new. Can you really tell the difference nowadays? I mean, man, I really wish the Horrorland was a more explored idea in other media. I mean, the books are interesting. There's even a whole sub-series, and I love that. But I wish it got like a video game exploration or a movie or both. That'd be fucking sweet. You could do a really cool 3D adventure game with Horrorland. That'd be bitchin'. Real horror. This story is the paving pathogen spread. Get ready for COVID-2 electric boogaloo.
"It looks okay," Clay said quietly. Sour odor was much stronger. "Yuck," said, making a face. "Really stinks." Luke stood inside the barn, his eyes raised to the rafters. "I don't see anything up there," he reported.
Doors on the opposite wall were wide open. It would only take 10 seconds to run through the barn. Now at the other side, I realized. Let's go, I told Clay. He and I stepped into the barn. Sour smell was overpowering. Held my breath, pinched my fingers over my nose. Started running to the doors on the opposite wall. And they slammed shut. With a guest's surprise, I turned back to the door we had entered. They slammed shut too. Hey! I shouted angrily. What's going on? Clay cried in a whisper. We're in darkness, blacker than black. The sour odor swept over me, starting to feel sick. Then I heard the rapid flutter of wings, soft at first, louder and closer. I screamed as I felt something brushing at the back of my neck. Go away! Chapter 14. Go away! I let out a low moan of horror and swung my hands wildly above my head. The rapid fluttering retreated, then returned. But, Clay cried in a terrified tiny voice. Fulton grabbed my arm. I can't see, Luke shouted. So dark! I hate bats! I stammered. Felt a cold whoosh of air as a bat flapped over my head. Swung my hands wildly. The flapping, fluttering sound were all around us. My eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, began to see shadowy shapes shooting past, back and forth, faster and faster. Felt one brush my shoulder. Oh, help! I cried. Clay started to shriek. Help us! Help us! They're zooming right at me! Luke wailed. Something bumped in my shoulder. I screamed. Help us! Help us! Clay continued to plead at the top of his lungs. Shouts were nearly drowned out by the flapping of wings. Felt another bat brush against my shoulder. Covering my face, tried to make my way blindly to the door. The sour odor choked me. My terror made my legs shaky. I could barely walk. Felt a hard tug in my hair. Another tug. Loud flapping right on my ear. A shrill whistling hiss. So close. Could been coming from me. I screamed again. It's caught my hair, I cried, falling to my knees. You, not in here, not in here. There's guano everywhere, I'm sure. Another shrill hiss, another tug of my hair. Swung my hands. I hit it, for the warm body felt a brush of fluttering wings. Shoved it hard, shoved it from my hair. Oh, help! I cried. A flapping wings and shrill whistles surrounded me. Could hear Luke and Clay shout. They seemed far, far away. Another one brushed my cheek. Another one bumped my shoulder. The shadows darted back and forth. The barn was alive, flying, crittering, jittering bats. Oh, help! Help us, please! Another one brushed my face. Felt a rush of air, beating wings atop my head. Help us! Help us! There was no one around to help. Been a good decoy. Have you eaten anything today? Yes, no. Caress my face with their soft hands and pulls you closer. I like seeing my precious starving and all. Yes, no, says worried but lustfully. Is that not what Y/N's supposed to be? Bro, turn this chat into... Let's try doing that in a sensual voice, then. Mr. Mustache, are you ever gonna spell that word right? Oh, your name. Okay. You'll get it eventually, Mr. Mustache. Let's try reading that sensually. Have you been a good little decoy? Have you eaten anything today, Ozzy? I don't like seeing my precious starving and all. Hate autocorrect. Are we reading fan fiction? Hi, Ghastly! No, it's just a random comment. If I had a collection of fan fictions submitted, I could possibly do a thing revolving around that. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you made it. I'm guessing you fell asleep again? Mind your damn business. We'll take that as a yes. But yes, they're currently caught up in ads. Also, the new Twitch meta. That's funny. That's fun. The whole projecting on a silhouette of the, or even just the actual bust or butt. That's funny. It's weird, but it's funny that the VTubers are like co-opting that. It doesn't make for a good viewing experience, I'm sure, but that's still funny. Anyways, I'm glad you could show up. I'm gonna eat you. How exhilarating. I covered my eyes with one hand, thrash out wildly. Or, well, I should say, this is chapter 15. Cover my eyes, one hand, thrash out wildly with the other hand, trying to beat the bats away. Choking and sobbing, I could barely breathe. I heard Luke calling far, far away. He seemed to be behind a curtain of flapping, chittering bats. Suddenly, sunlight invaded the barn. My knees, the lower of my hand from my eyes, thought the barn door had slid open. Luke standing at the door, mouth open in shock, turned back to Clay and me. I touched the door and it opened, he explained. Clay's glasses were hanging off one ear. Blond hair is totally messed up. Eyes darted around the barn. Where are the bats? He cried. Raised my eyes to the rafters. Hey! I cried. No bats. No sign of any bats. Anywhere. Climbed to my feet. Pulled my hair back with both hands. Let's get out of here, I cried. Clay and I followed Luke out of the barn. The warm sunshine felt great. Good. Still so itchy from the bats. With my shoulders back of my neck. I hate bats, I really do, I exclaimed with a shudder. There weren't any bats, Luke said, grinning at me. It was all fake. It was not, Clay cried angrily. Those were bats. I could hear them. I could feel them. All special effects. Luke Clay. Wasn't special effects. When one got tangled in my hair, I cried. Just thinking about it gave me cold shivers. Special effects, Luke repeated. Really excellent special effects. I was almost scared, too. Almost, I cried. Walked over and grabbed him, pretending to wring his neck. Almost. I heard you screaming your head off, Luke. He pulled out of my grasp, laughing. I knew it wasn't real, just screaming like that to scare you. What a liar. I really don't believe my brother. He was scared. He was plenty scared. I knew he was. There were bats, not special effects, I insisted angrily. Then where did they go when the door opened? Oh boy, okay. Dearest darling decoy, you're getting me worried over here. You don't want to make me worry, do you? Go on, darling. Have a bite. Goosebumps fan fiction sounds way more horrifying than an official Goosebumps story. I mean, the whole thing of a Goosebumps story is a lot of subversion before the actual horror. Some of them aren't even actually that scary. They're just cool, like adventure stories. Like How I Learned to Fly isn't a horror story in the least. It's just awesome. I think Decoy is having too much fun right now. My name's Doppel. No, Jenny, the monster's not supposed to fuck you. Christ's sake, the story's for children. What do you think the R in RL stands for? It certainly isn't for blood. Decoy Doppel, yeah, yeah. But I'm not a decoy. I have decoys, but I'm a doppelganger. Decoys are, well, these things swimming around me. They're constructs. Reminds me, I still don't have a community name for followers. Not that it really matters at my size, but like, I still don't. I've ran a few things in my head, but those kind of things are really something the community sort of comes up with. Like, I've seen VTubers debut with like pre-planned names or options, but I'm not really a fan of that because deciding for the fan bases or even for your followers seems a bit, I don't know, takes a little bit of the magic out of it. If you know what I mean. Maybe that's why I still don't have a name for mine. Decoys was certainly an idea I had that ran through my head, as were duplicates. Uh, Mimics was another one. Yeah. But I wanted it to come naturally, rather than something that I just came up with and imposed upon viewers. You like decoys? Even though it's a pun? I love the pun, okay? It suits you. Yay! I'm glad you like the pun. It literally influenced my entire design. One joke that influenced the entire goddamn thing. That's the creative process for you. Sometimes there isn't a deep meaning for your design. There's just a dumb joke that goes way too far, and you commit way too hard. Like, legit, I didn't have an idea for, like, a pattern for the kimono whenever I started. And I had two model mothers. One of the models hasn't been rigged, but they're the one. If I remember correctly, they identify as he. They are trans. I want to say they identify as he. That's Alex Art, or me, and they're the one who came up with the fish idea. I can't remember if it was me or him that said decoy first, but at the very least, I'm pretty sure they thought of it first when they were presenting like various ideas, and we just kind of ran with that. And I used the same general concept with the other model mother. They're Amatha. There's no way I pronounced that right. And so they have a very drastically different design sense, even using the same general design. And I thought that was cool. And I was able to afford that because one was significantly cheaper than the other. It didn't come with rigging, but and of course, Alex also did a mimic for me. Well, I commissioned a mimic out of them. It's also isn't rigged, but it is in a ready to rig state, apparently. So even before I get that other model rigged, I'm gonna get that mimic rigged. Ghastly's seen it. Anyway, I'm just prattling on.
They were bats, not special effects, I insisted, angrily. Then where did they go when the door opened? Luke demanded. As soon as the door opened, the bats all vanished. Let's stop talking about it, Clay pleaded. Let's find your parents, okay? Yeah, okay, I agreed, glaring at Luke. You really are nuts, you know that? He stuck his tongue out at me. I wanted to punch his lights out, but I tried to be a non-violent person, so I gave him one hard punch on the shoulder. He howled in protest. You're stupid, Lizzie. You're really stupid, he muttered. You're afraid of pretend bats. I ignored him and led the way down the path towards the front gate. Two people in horror costumes appeared in the path, going the other way, chatting enthusiastically. Not the way to the front gate, I called to them. They ignored my question and walked right past us. Hey! I called to them. Wolf just kept jabbering away. Didn't even seem to see or hear me. The sun beamed down on us. The air had become hot and still, no breeze at all. I wiped sweat off my forehead with one hand. I could still smell the sour aroma of the bat barn. The odor was on my hands, on my clothes. I saw 4 teens in bathing suits, 2 boys, 2 girls hurrying over to the grass. There was a large brown pond. A sign came to view near the shore. It read, Alligator Pond. Feel free to swim here. Luke laughed. Are those guys crazy? We stopped to watch them step into the water. Do you think there really are alligators in there? Clay asked, biting his lower lip. I shrugged. Who knows? I don't know what to think about this park. We continued along the path. A few minutes later, I recognized the mountain-shaped structures of the Doomslide. The wide, circular plaza came into view, nearly deserted. Even the ice cream selling horror had vanished from his cart. Where do you suppose Mom and Dad are? I asked. They've probably been looking for us for hours, and now they're really mad, Luke said, frowning. Where are they? Clay cried. He was starting to sound really stressed out. We've got to find them. Is that them? Luke asked. He was pointing to a man and woman in the shade of a large stone fountain. Shielded my eyes. Sun with one hand. The woman was tall with dark hair, the man short and blond. Yes, that's them, I cried happily. Tried to run to the fountain, calling to them. Mom, Dad! The boys came racing after me. Mom, Dad, hey! I shouted happily. Both turned and surprised expressions on their face. Oh, I cried out when I saw it wasn't them. Stopped short, and Luke bumped right into me. Sorry, I told the confused couple. Thought you were someone else. We have hurried across the plaza. Here, the wail of the wolf howls in rural village. Ice cream cart stood lonely and deserted near the entrance to the Doom Slide. Well, I shall resume to writing, and then, if I have time,
Shall do a fish fic of sorts. Bye! Alright, have a wonderful rest of your day, RZ. And when you get around to it, I hope you have pleasant dreams. Night.
Where are they? Clay asked, whining. I'm starting to get hungry.
Yeah, it's way past lunchtime, I agreed.
They could be anywhere.
Luke said unhappily, kicking a pebble across the pavement.
Be anywhere in this giant park.
I sighed. Look for them in the shade. Sun's getting hot. Headed towards the shade of the Doomslide building. Suddenly 2 green-in-costume horrors came to view. Their big yellow eyes bulged in front of their heads. Without thinking, I went running up to them. Have you seen our parents? I asked breathlessly. They had me surprised.
Your parents?
One of them repeated. Yeah, I nodded. Mom has black hair. Dad's kind of short and has blonde hair. The 2 horrors glanced at each other. Mom was wearing a bright yellow sundress, I told them.
And Dad had a Chicago's Cub cap on his head,
Luke added.
Oh, yeah, right,
one of the horrors replied. You saw them? She nodded.
Yeah, I remember them. They left about half an hour ago.
Huh? I gasped at her in disbelief.
They asked me to give you a message,
the horror said. Message? What message? I asked.
Goodbye,
the horror replied. You're wrong, I cried. They wouldn't leave.
About half an hour ago,
the horror repeated. She shrugged her shoulders in the bulky monster costume.
I was at the gate when they left.
But, I sputtered. 2 horrors turned and began walking toward a small white shed at the edge of the plaza. Hey, wait, I called, chasing after them. You made a mistake. Our parents wouldn't leave us without us. Disappeared in the shed. The door slammed shut behind them. Turned back to Luke and Clay. They stared at me blankly. She was wrong, I told them. Mom and Dad are still here, I know it.
What did they say?
Luke started, but his voice broke. See what he was really worried and upset. Beads of sweat ran down his pink forehead.
You've been a really good boy, Doppel. You can take care now, sweet fish.
RZ trying to riz me. Damn. Alright, bye. Luke tried to make a joke. Guess that means we have the whole park to ourselves, he exclaimed, forcing a smile. Very funny, I replied sarcastically. Also have no money. We're about 300 miles from home.
We could call someone,
Luke suggested.
New phones,
Clay muttered. He lowered his head, shoved his hands into his pockets of his shorts, turned away from us. Oh, right, Luke remembered. I told Dad there's no phones in the park. It's crazy, I said heatedly. They're liars, the horrors are all liars. I guess that's their job, Luke said. Telling us lies to scare us to death. Why they called it Horrorland.
Should call it Dumbland,
Clay muttered bitterly.
But it's so cool,
Luke protested.
I love being scared out of my wits, don't you?
He gave Clay a hard shove.
No,
Clay replied softly, made no attempt to shove Luke back. Well, she was lying about Mom and Dad, I insisted, gazing at the white shed. She's just trying to scare us. Mom and Dad are still here. We have to find them.
Come on, let's go,
Luke urged.
I hope we can find them soon. I'm really hungry.
I need some water. Have some water.
There we go. We wandered through the park for what seemed like hours. We searched the dark, mysterious woods, strange monster villages, passed through a carnival area with dozens of scary-looking rides. The other side, a vampire village, we passed a building marked Monster Zoo. It was close. You could hear the most terrifying grunts, howls, and moans coming from inside. A long yellow building and a sign outside the proclaimed Guillotine Museum. Please, hold on to your head. Luke wanted to go inside, but Clay and I talked him out of it. Horrorland was surprisingly empty. Passed several horrors, scurrying along the paths, bright green costumes. Saw a few families wandering around, always crying kids. The rides in the carnival area were all running empty. All the food stands and restaurants were empty too. We walked clear across to the other end of the park. I was feeling more and more worried. Why hadn't we run to Mom and Dad? Surely we should have seen them by now. Clay had become very quiet. Could tell he was really scared. Even Luke trudged along with his shoulders slumped, his head down. By the time we found ourselves back at the alligator pond, feeling pretty bad, crossed the grassy shore, walked up to the edge of the brown water. What do you think happened to those teenagers who went swimming here? Luke asked, staring across the pond. Think alligators ate them? Maybe, I replied. I wasn't really listening to him. Think about Mom and Dad. Hey, look! Clay cried, pointing to the water. Saw two long greenish-brown logs floating towards us, top of the water. Took me a while to realize that logs were alligators. Big ones! Clay declared in a hushed whisper. Better step back, and warn them. All three of us standing on the water's edge. Alligators floated silently just below the surface of the still water, hardly creating a ripple. Mom and Dad didn't leave without us, I repeated for the thousandth time. We searched everywhere, Luke said quietly. They didn't leave without us, I said. They would never leave without us. So I hesitated. Clearly in Florida they didn't jump head first to wrestle gators. Yeah, there was a desert nearby before our standard spooky forest that led to this park, so definitely not Florida. Not enough swampland. Also, the dad's a fan of the Chicago Cubs. That might have some influence as well. Doesn't mean they're from Chicago, but like, I don't know. Florida man saves children from haunted amusement park and demon gators. They would never leave without us, so... I hesitated. I was thinking hard. My thoughts were all frightening. So? Clay asked eagerly. So if they're not in the park, it means something happened to them. Something bad happened to them. Clay gasped. Luke narrowed his blue eyes at me. What do you mean, Lizzie? He asked. Mean, maybe this place really is evil, I said. Maybe the horrors or something. Somebody did something bad to Mom and Dad. Stared down at the brown alligator backs gliding so smoothly, so effortlessly towards us. That's crazy. I knew it was crazy, Luke muttered. I knew it was crazy. I had no other explanation. I have such a bad feeling about this park, I told them. A real bad feeling. As I said this, I felt a strong hand grab me from behind and push me into the alligator pond. I screamed, and I realized I wasn't being tossed into the water. The hand was holding onto my shoulders. Chapter 17, by the way. I got caught in the timeshare scheme while we were gone. Oh no, that's worse. That's worse than being caught up in one of these horror attractions. Not a timeshare. I spun around. Dad, I cried. Lizzie, he exclaimed, still holding me onto me. Where have you always been? We searched this entire park 12 times, Mom declared, standing behind us, on the grass, hands pressed tensely on her waist. "We were looking for you!" I cried. "They told us you left!" We were kind of scared," Clay added. All started talking at once, so happy to see them. I could see that Luke and Clay were really happy too. Imagine all sorts of terrible things happened to Mom and Dad. It wasn't like me to let my imagination run away like that. Horrorland's such a scary place. It was impossible not to have a scary thought here. Are timeshares still a thing nowadays? I thought that shit in with my parents. They are unfortunately still a thing. You want to know why I say unfortunately? Because in a lot of timeshare or contracts, they actually pass down to the next generation without their consent unless certain paperwork is filed shortly after the person dies. Yeah, they're shady like that. And of course, there's still going to be people who are tricked into it to begin with. So fresh timeshares keep getting done by people who don't know any better. Or people who are rich. But if they're rich, they're probably just buying their own. Satan be like, "Welcome to hell! Oh, wretched sinners, prepare for eternity of... Oh, fuck, it's the timeshare guys!" See, Satan's punishment for them would just be being stuck with endless timeshare contracts that they've been roped into for everyone they roped other people into. And they have to keep moving to like various places in hell. And paying tons of fees but trying to squeeze in work beforehand. And so they can actually pay those fees and still make their timeshare. "I want to go home," I said. "Did you find a phone?" Clay asked. "Did you find a car?" Dad shook his head. No phones. The guy in the monster costume didn't lie. No phones in the park." "But the horrors are very nice to us," Mom broke in. "They told us not to worry about a thing." "They said they'd just come to the ticket booth when we were ready to leave," Dad reported. Mom ran a hand tenderly through Luke's hair. "You go on any rides or anything?" "We did a lot of scary stuff," Luke told her. "Very scary," Clay added. "I'm really hungry," Luke said. Dad glanced at his watch. "Way past lunchtime. I think we're all hungry." The restaurants and food stands are all on the other side of the park," Mom said. "Can we just eat lunch and leave then?" I asked, eagerly. Still had a bad feeling about this place, wanting to get away from Horrorland, far away. "Your Mom and I spent all time searching for you," Dad said, wiping sweat off his sunburnt forehead with one hand. "Haven't had any fun at all." "We should all at least go on one ride together before we leave," Mom said. "I just want to go," I urged. "I really do." "Lizzie, that's not like you." "She's scared," Luke told them. "She's a chicken." "Maybe there's a ride that will take us to the front of the park," Dad suggested. "We can go and take it, then have some lunch and leave." I could be trying to hang their bodies up, plaid the third style, but God forbid kids leave without their Happy Meals.
Yeah, but unironically, the idea for this park would be kind of sick. Like, maybe not to the extreme that it is in these books, but like, it'd be so sick. Also, I guess you're stuck in an ad. Give it a bit. Do 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 do. All right, ad break finished. Let's proceed. That sounds good. That sounds good, Mom said, stared at me. Okay with you? I guess, I told her, sighing. Just that the rides here are all too scary. Aren't any fun. Luke laughed. You're too. They're too scary for Lizzie, but not for Clay and me, he said. Right, Clay? I was a little scared in the bet barn, Clay confessed. We headed away from the alligator pond, across the grassy shore to the paved walkway. But anyways, as I was saying, in case you didn't catch it because of ad, but the idea for this thing is actually really sick. Not to the extreme that it is, like, actually dangerous or painful, but like the idea of a horror themed amusement park is really cool. Especially with like the purples and greens that a lot of the artwork show. Clay says, hiding the fact he shot bricks. There's more than that guano in there now. A couple of costume horrors walked past, chatting in low voices. A girl's high-pitched shriek of terror floated in the air. Somewhere in the distance, a frightening cry repeated over and over. Wolf howls rose up in front of us. From the speaker, hidden somewhere in the trees, heard an evil laughter, a hideous cackle that repeated over and over. See, this sounds so fucking sick for an amusement park idea. If it wasn't trying to kill you. Like, if normal safety regulations and whatnot, the ambience of this, with the color scheme, the costumes, like, this would make a sick ass amusement park idea. Sorry, I just really like the Horrorland concept. It's so cool. It's like being in a movie, Mom commented. Look. What, clever? Dad added, walking with a hand on my shoulder. Strange we never heard of this park. They should put some ads on TV, Mom said. And then they get more people to come here. We passed by a tall, narrow green building. The sign in front of the read, Free Fall, the only bungee cord. Jump without a cord. So, mechanic phobia has been a rising trend with horror, I noticed. I don't know what that means. Fear of man-made items submerged in water. Fear of animatronics in water. Ah, makes sense. That's been like a concept in media for a while. And it's literally how they filmed Jaws, as much as that fucked up the animatronic they were trying to use for it. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm sure you all have heard about the disaster that was the attempts to film Jaws and trying to work with a fucking animatronic. But even if we're not referred to just animatronics, but just man-made items, like Ghastly said, that does have a genuine horror factor and has for quite some time. So I guess it's just becoming a bit more popular recently. Like I know Soma and yeah, Soma uses that. Subnautica has no, Subnautica is like the opposite. You're not literally the man-made objects in that are to help you. Trying to think what else. The one with the blood sea, I think that would count. And if we're talking like ancient civilization, man-made things, or just ominous structures beneath the surface, yeah, that's been a thing too. I'm not saying it. I'm not trying to refute that it's gaining popularity. I'm just thinking like, yeah, it makes sense. These concepts would start to get popular now because they've been in so much popular media that people have been able to experience recently. Want to try that? Dad asked, squeezing my shoulder and grinning at me. I don't think so, I quickly replied. Luke was way ahead of us, turned around, walked backwards, waiting for us to catch up. Mom and Dad should try the Doom Slide, he said, grinning. It was awesome. We'd really forgotten how terrified he was. Oh, I don't think they'd like that, I said quietly. Maybe we could find something that's just a little scary, Clay suggested. Dad laughed. Are you having a good time, Clay? Clay hesitated. A little, he replied, finally. I'm having a great time, Luke declared. The path curved along a narrow brown river. Millions of tiny white insects flitted over the surface of the water, catching the bright sunlight. It looked like little sparkling diamonds. A small brown boathouse came to view. Behind it, you could see slender canoes bobbing beneath a wooden dock. A sign beside the boathouse read, Coffin Cruise, a relaxing float to the grave. This must be fun, Mom said with her eyes on the small boats. I don't think the river flows towards the front of the park, Dad said. Let's take it. Luke cheered and went running to the dock. I lingered behind the others, finally stepped out onto the dock. It took me a while to realize the objects bobbing in the brown water weren't canoes. They were coffins. They were made of black, polished wood. The lids were pulled back, revealing red satin interiors. Each coffin was big enough for one person. That sounds like a horrid environment for mold. Satin on the inside of a water device like that. Oh, that can get so moldy. I hope they clean the fuck out of this every day. That's like rug in your bathroom level mold. Or worse. I felt a cold chill running down my back. We're really going to climb into these coffins? I asked. They look comfy, Mom said, smiling at me. Water's flat and gentle, Lizzie. Won't be a scary ride. Me first, Luke cried, running to the end of the wooden dock. Two costume horrors appeared to help us into the coffins. Lie back, enjoy the ride, one of them said. It will be your last, the other horror added with a low chuckle. We were all inside coffins. The horrors untied them, gave us a hard push away from the dock. Here I am, I thought, lying in my coffin. Here we all are, my entire family, on our backs in our coffins. The coffin floated gently, bobbing in the water, stared up at the bright blue sky, trees shimmering on both banks as I floated past. So pretty, so relaxing. Why did I think something terrible was about to happen? Well, either the river's gonna get rough or it's gonna close up on you and then get rough. Or, just close up on you in general. Lying on my back, could see the others' coffin side, hear the splash of their coffins around mine. This is nice, Mom said. Very relaxing. It's boring, Luke declared from up ahead of me. Where's the scary part? It's just an ice ride in a coffin, Dad said. Do you think we're really floating, or do you think the coffin's on some kind of track? I could float like this for hours, Mom said. These rides here are pretty long, Clay told her. A hawk up in the sky? Dad asked. Can anyone see it? Shielding my eyes from the sun with one hand, I searched the sky. Directly above, a dark shadow hovered high in the sky, a little bigger than a dot. It's not a hawk. I bet it's a vulture. It's not a hawk. I bet it's a vulture, Luke declared. It sees the coffins waiting to eat our flesh, he laughed. Oh, by the way, we're in chapter 18. Keep forgetting to say the chapter number. But some of these chapters are super short, like this one. This one's only a page and a half. Luke, where do you get these hideous ideas? Mom demanded. I should live in Horrorland, Dad exclaimed. I could get him one of those grey monster costumes. He'd fit right in perfectly. He doesn't need a costume, I joked. Starting to feel a little better. Ride is gentle and relaxing. Figured nothing could happen with my whole family around. So the back on the coffin bottom, hands resting at my sides, staring up dreamily at the birds circling high in the clear sky, coffin bobbing gently, making soft splashing sounds, so pleasant, so quiet. And before I could utter a sound, the coffin lid slammed shut over me. I was trapped in total darkness. Oh, yep, I called one of them. Hey, I shouted, my voice muffled by the heavy lid over me. I could hear the dull thud of the other coffin lids slamming shut. Hey, let me out! I pushed against the lid with both hands, but it wouldn't budge. Took a deep breath, tried again. This time pushed with my hands and my feet. Heavy lids still didn't move. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought my chest would explode. The air inside the coffin was already getting hot and stuffy. Open up, I screamed. Tried to push the lid again. Hear Clay's muffled cries in the coffin next to mine. Poor guy was screaming his head off. Let out a loud groan as I pushed up with all my strength. The lid wouldn't give an inch. Calm down, Lizzie, calm down, I instructed. To myself, it's just a stupid ride. Coffin lids will open any second. Breathing hard, I waited. Counted 10. Counted 10 again. The lid didn't snap open. Tried shutting my eyes, counting to 50. Reached 50, told myself. Open my eyes, and the lid will be open. 22, 23, 24. Counted out loud. My voice sounded tiny and choked, getting hard to breathe. The air began to feel really stale. Stopped counting at 25. Opened my eyes. The lid hadn't popped open. So hot in here, I thought. Sun's beating down the lid. No air. I'm going to fry. Tried to scream, but no sound came out. I gasped for air. Outside, I could hear muffled shouts and cries. Was that my mother screaming like that? Hold on. Alright, sorry about that. Someone's handing me another Goosebump Horrorland book. We bought it the other day, but left it in their backpack. It's the fourth one, Scream of the Haunted Mask. So we can look forward to that. Technically, the next one will be Trouble in the Deep, I think. It's based off the Deep Trouble ones. I don't remember what number 3 is. I'll double check. Oh wait, no. 3 is the Monster Blood one. Counted out loud. My voice sounded tiny and choked, giving me hard to breathe. The air began to feel really stale. Stopped counting at 25 and opened my eyes. The lid hadn't popped open. So hot in here, I thought. Sun's beating down the lid. There's no air. I'm gonna fry. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Gasps for air. So I could hear muffled shouts and cries. Not my mother screaming like that. Just a ride, I said out loud. Just a stupid ride, and it's gonna pop now. But it didn't. It was hot, so hot and stale. Why didn't the lid open? Why? I had to force back my panic. I couldn't. My entire body was shaking and shivering. A cold perspiration dripped down my forehead. Nothing's gone wrong, I cried out loud. It's supposed to open, but it doesn't. Frantically, I pushed up both hands. My arms ached from pushing so hard, but the lid didn't move. The coffin bobbed and rocked in the water. Lowering my hands and feet, I sucked in a mouthful of hot, stale air. My chest was heaving. My body trembled. Felt my legs start to itch, tingly feeling down my ankles, moving up my legs, an itchy, crawling feeling. Something was crawling slowly at my leg. Something small and prickly. Oh, I let out a small groan. Spiders! Chapter 20. I tried to scratch my legs, but my arms weren't long enough. Unable to move or bend in the cramped coffin. Couldn't reach down to them. The tingling moved higher. Wanted to scream, but I started to cough. The coffin lid popped open. Bright summer light made me shut my eyes. Oh! Pulled myself up to a sitting position, blinking against the light. Saw the others already scrambling up out of their coffins. Scratched my legs fiercely. To my surprise, no spiders. No bugs of any kind. The coffin had pulled up to a small dock. Braced both hands against the side of the coffin. Heaved myself to my feet. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here, I heard Clay cry. That was horrible! My mom shrieked. Luke didn't say anything. His face was pale. Black hair matted to his forehead with sweat. I really went too far, Dad said angrily. I'm going to complain. Oh wait, no, wrong voice. I really went too far, Dad said angrily. I'm going to complain. Let's just go, Mom told him. We all scrambled up to the dock. Helped pull Clay up. Then I took several deep breaths of fresh air. Dad ran off the dock towards the open plaza. Ernest was hurried after him. Ticket booth, he called back to us. Right up there. He pointed. The coffin ride had taken us to the front of the park. You could see the front gate and the row of green ticket booths to the right. It was really gross, Clay said, shaking his head. My legs are itchy. Thought it was ants, Luke declared. I thought it was spiders, I told him. I wonder how they did that, Luke said thoughtfully. I don't care, I replied. Just want to get out of here. I hate this place. So do I, Clay agreed. They've gone too far, Mom said breathlessly, jogging to keep up with us as we followed Dad. If it isn't any fun when a ride is that scary. I really had trouble breathing. So did I told her. Hey, when we get home, Luke suddenly demanded, staring at Mom. How do we get home? Luke suddenly demanded, staring at Mom. Our car blew up. I think these people in the monster costumes will lend us a car, Mom replied. They told us Father just come to the ticket booth. Can we stop and get pizza? Luke asked. Let's get out of this place, then worry about lunch, Mom told him. The main plaza was totally empty. Not another living person. We followed Dad to the first ticket booth. Turned back to us, making a disappointed face. Closed, he said. Metal grate had been pulled over the window. Dad was breathing hard from running all the way. Pushed his blonde hair over his sweaty forehead with both hands. Up here, he said.
All of them to the next ticket booth, also closed. The next, closed. It didn't take us long to discover that all the ticket booths were closed. Weird, Luke said, shaking his head. Don't they expect any more visitors today? Mom asked Dad. How can they just close up like that? Dad shrugged. Let's just ask someone. I searched the empty grounds, turned and checked the plaza along with him. Still no one in sight, no visitors, no horrors. Let's try over there, Dad said. Started walking to a low green building that stood beyond the ticket booth. Looked like some kind of office. It was closed too. Dad tried the door. It was locked. Dad scratched his head. What's going on here? Where'd everyone disappear to? He demanded. Mom took his arm. It's very strange, she said softly. And glanced at Luke and Clay, standing tensely side by side on the walk in front of the office. Neither of them spoke. Are you sure these are the right ticket booths? I asked. Yes, Dad replied wearily. This is the front entrance. So where could they be? Mom asked, chewing her lower lip. Maybe we can find someone in the parking lot. I suggested, a parking attendant or something. Be able to tell us how to get a car to go home. Good idea, Lizzie, Dad said. He patted the top of my head, the way he used to when I was a little girl. I waited for Luke to make fun of me, but he didn't say a word. Guess he was too worried and upset. Come on, I urged. Turned and ran past the empty ticket booth, tall metal front gate to the Horrorland stood just beyond the booths. Stopped for a second to read a sign on the side. And the ticket booths said, no exit. No one leaves Horrorland alive. I said sarcastically. These signs are right, aren't they? Jogged the rest of the way, reached the front gate, pulled it, and it wouldn't open. So I tried pushing it. Didn't move. Saw a heavy chain and a large steel padlock on the gate. Swallowing hard, turned back to the others. We're locked in, I told them. Chapter 21. What? Dad stared at me, his face twisted in confusion. I don't think he believed me. We're locked in, I repeated. Lifted the heavy metal padlock with both hands. Let it fall back with a loud clang against the bars of the gate. But that's impossible, Mom cried, raising her hands to her cheeks. They can't lock people inside of an amusement park. Maybe it's another joke, Luke suggested. Everything in this place turns out to be a joke. Maybe this is one too. I lifted the heavy padlock again. Doesn't look like a joke, Luke, I said unhappily. There must be another gate where they want us to exit. Maybe, Dad said doubtfully. Maybe there's a side exit. I haven't seen one. What are we gonna do? Clay asked, whining. His face was red. He was breathing hard. Where is everyone? Luke demanded, whining too. They've got to let us leave. They've got to. Let's just stay calm, Dad said, putting a hand on Luke's shoulder. No reason to panic. Strange place, we're not in any danger. He's right, Mom broke in. There's no reason to be afraid. Get out of here and on our way home in no time. She forced a smile. As soon as we get out, I'll buy you guys pizzas and big cold drinks, Dad promised. Well, I'll have a good laugh at our terrifying adventures here in Horrorland. How do we get out? Luke demanded shrilly. Well, Dad rubbed his chin. You think we could climb the fence? I asked. All raised her eyes to the top of the iron fence, way over our heads. Must have been about 20 feet tall. I can't climb that, Clay cried. I'd fall. It's too high, Mom said quickly. Bad idea, I muttered. A large white cloud drifted over the sun. Our shadow grew longer over the pavement. Thin air quickly grew colder. I felt a chill down my back. There's got to be a way out of this stupid park, I cried angrily, hoisted up the padlock and slammed it against the bars of the gate. Hold on, Lizzie, Dad said soothingly. We just have to find one of the costume park workers. They'll tell us how to get out. Dad, I turned and saw Luke grab Dad. Dad. I turned and saw Luke grab Dad's arm. Here they come. We all uttered astonished cries as we saw the horrors crossing the plaza, dozens of them. They moved quickly with a steady rhythm, silently. A few seconds before, the plaza had been empty. Now it was filled with green costume horrors marching towards us, spreading out, prepared to surround us. Feel the panic rising up from my stomach. My knees began to shake. I stared in horror at them. They drew closer, closer. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. What are they going to do? Clay cried, his features twisted in horror. Slipped behind Dad. What are you gonna do to us? He cried. Chapter 22. We'd huddled together as the horrors marched silently towards us. The only sound was the soft thud of the monster's feet on the pavement, their long purple tails dragging on the ground. There's hundreds of them, Mom muttered. She grabbed Dad's arm with one hand, slipped her other arm around my shoulder, pulled me closer. We had our back. Sorry. We had our backs against the iron fence. We stared helplessly as the grinning green faces, the bulging yellow eyes appeared to be laughing cruelly at us. Finally they stopped a few feet in front of us. The plaza was still and silent, terrifyingly silent. The sun was still hidden behind the big cloud. Two large blackbirds swooped low in the gray sky, stared at the horse, and they stared back at us. I swallowed hard, leaning against my mother. I could feel her entire body trembling. I took a deep breath and cried out, "What do you want?" Out of my own voice startled me. One of the horrors, a young woman, stepped forward. Frightened, I tried to step back, but my back was already pressed against the fence. "What do you want?" I repeated in a trembled voice. Costume horrors stared at us one by one. "I want to thank you," she said in a cheery voice. "Huh?" "I'm the Horrorland MC. We all want to thank you for being our guest today." He flashed us a warm smile. "You mean we can go?" Luke demanded, half hidden behind Dad. "Of course," the horror said, grinning warmly. "But first, we all want to thank you for appearing on Horrorland's hidden camera." Dozens of horrors behind her broke into applause and loud cheers. "Hmm? You mean this is some kind of show?" Or, wrong voice. "Hmm? You mean this is some kind of show?" Dad demanded, frowning. "See the cameras?" the MC asked. She gestured up to two tall poles in the plaza. Raising my eyes to the top, I saw 2 TV cameras. "You mean we're on TV?" Luke cried. "Since the moment you arrived," the MC replied. "Our hidden cameras followed you everywhere. The hilarious scene where we blew up your car, our cameras were with you. I know our audience loved the terrified expressions on your face, all the horrified screams you took on Horrorland's rides." "Wait a minute," Dad said angrily. He stepped forward. His hands were balled and a tense fist at his side. "You say it's a TV show? How come I've never seen it?" We've seen every weekend on the Monster Channel," the horror replied. "Oh," Dad replied quickly, lowering his eyes. "We don't have cable." "You should get it," the horrors told him. "You're missing a lot of great scary shows on the Monster Channel." That generally sounds like a fun channel. The horrors all clapped and cheered. "Well, you've been very good sports," the MC continued, her yellow eyes bouncing in front of her head as she talked. "Enjoyed having you. To show our appreciation, we have a brand new car waiting for you in the parking lot." More cheers and applause from the horrors. "A new car? That's excellent!" Luke exclaimed. "Does that mean we can leave?" Clay asked timidly. Horror nodded. "Yes, time for you to leave. The real exit's right over there. Through that doorway." Pointed to a tall green building near the end of the fence. Saw a yellow door on the side. "Take the yellow door," the horror instructed. "And thanks again for appearing on Horrorland Hidden Camera." As all the horrors clapped. Oh, okay, pause for a sec. Oh, get me a drink of water. Creepy and the kooky, mysterious and spooky, they're all together looking, the Addams Family. The house is a museum where people come to see 'em. They really are squeam, the Addams Family. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Alright, ad break should be over for everyone. As all the horrors clapped their big green hands, stepped away from the fence and hurried towards the exit. I can't believe we were on TV this whole time, Mom declared. We're getting a new car, Luke exclaimed happily, started jumping up and down, and leapt on the clay's back, nearly knocking him over. I laughed. Good to see old Luke back with us. We have to get cable, Luke told Dad. I want to see the monster channel. It's got to be awesome. We'll have to order it so we can see ourselves, Mom said. I reached the yellow door first, pulled it open, stepped into an enormous room with white walls that shone under the bright white lights on the ceiling. This is the exit, I cried. As soon as we were all inside, the door slammed shut with a bang that made my heart skip. Then all the lights went out. Welcome to the Horrorland Challenge! Boomed a deep, frightening voice? Okay.
Welcome to the Horrorland Challenge.
Give me a moment. BRB, I have to go eat dinner. I have returned. Now to finish this.
Welcome to Horrorland Challenge.
Boomed a deep, frightening voice over a loudspeaker. Huh? I gazed blindly around, trying to see something, anything in the total darkness.
You have 1 minute to go the monster obstacle course.
The voice thundered.
Please keep in mind the games are now over. This is real. You're playing for your life.
We've been tricked!
Oh, you've been tricked!
I heard Dad cry angrily, then shout at the top of his lungs,
Get us out of there!
Run!
The deep voice boomed over the loudspeaker.
You have 56 seconds.
My dad began to shout again, but we stopped when the dim light came up. Disgusting four-armed creature stepped towards us. Oh! I cried out without even realizing it. The size of a gorilla, the monster had a huge green eye. Eyes surrounded by thick red fur over its face. Saliva drooled from its mouth. As it opened its jaws wider, 2 rows of long fangs slid over its thin purple lips.
Don't just stand there. Run! There's an obstacle course.
The voice boomed impatiently.
You have 50 seconds to live. At least make a good race of it.
The monster uttered a low growl and lumbered towards us in the dim light. Its jaws were open, wide as it prepared to bite. 4 enormous clawed hands swiping at the air in front of it. Too stunned to move, too frightened to run. Suddenly I felt a hand grab mine and tug me hard. It was Dad. I realized trying to pull me to safety. I heard the boys screaming in fear. Felt Mom brush beside me as we started to stumble forward.
Run, run!
The deep voice urged over the shriek of the 2 boys. Couldn't see where I was running. The light was so dim, so shadowy. I saw only a blur now. Blur of running feet, of moving shadows. The monster let out a deafening roar, covered my ears and kept running. Its 4 clawed hands swiping at Dad. Missed. We hurtled past it. Only to face 2 giant birds, at least 10 feet tall, looked like enormous cranes. They squawked and flapped their enormous wings. It sounded like a canvas tent flapping in a strong wind. Oh, help! Was that me shrieking like that? They're really wrapped in their hot, flapping wings, smothered, choked. No, please! How could I break away? Was I being chased now by 6 growling, pig-like creatures with sharp pointed teeth curling from their twisted mouths? The screams and terrified shrieks of my family rose out of the beating bird wings, monstrous growls and grunts. I heard Dad cry out. In the dim light I saw him struggling to free himself from the four-armed creature. No! I screamed. Felt something warm wrap around my ankle. A fur-covered snake. I screamed again and kicked wildly, seeming flying into the darkness. Before I could move, another furry snake spun around my legs, tightening quickly. I bent and pulled at it. As it hissed in protest, I tossed it aside.
Run, run!
The voice in the loudspeaker boomed. 20
seconds to live.
More monsters loomed in front of us, disgusting yellow lizard-like creatures with dark flickering tongues like bullwhips, a hopping furry ball that roared as it hopped. Sharp teeth poked out of its 3 mouths. Hissing snakes, enormous buzzing insects with glowing red eyes, more grunting pig monsters. The giant bear-like creature came at us on 2 legs, tossed its dark round head back, and laughed like a hyena. Its paws punched the air. Help me! Help me! I heard Link shriek. Then I saw him disappear, wrapped inside the beating wings of the giant birds. Bird cawed in triumph as its wings tightened around my brother.
10 seconds.
No! I cried. Lunged back towards the bird, grasped the beating wings, pulled it open. Luke slid out and we both began to run. Monsters growled and flapped and grunted and roared. Are we gonna make it? Luke asked in a tiny voice. Didn't have a chance to answer.
Two powerful paws grabbed around my waist, hoisted me high in the air, then slammed me to the floor. Landed hard on my stomach. My forehead hit the floor. Dizzy and hurt. Looked up in time to see an enormous elephant-like creature about to flatten me. Huge, furry black foot. Or back foot. Not gonna make it, I realized. I'm not gonna make it. The enormous flat foot lowered over me slowly, steadily. Monster was taking its time. All seemed to be happening in slow motion. One to move, one to roll out from under it. The fall had taken my breath away. Lay there, gasping, watching the monster's foot come down to crush me. Oh, I couldn't catch my breath, couldn't squirm away. Feel the heat of the monster's foot, those putrid sweat. The foot pressed against my stomach. I shut my eyes, waiting for the pain. Jarring blasts of buzzer made my eyes shoot open. Buzz echoed through the vast room. Monster raised its heavy foot from my body. Floor shook under its weight as it began to lumber away. Am I alive? I wonder. Am I only dreaming that I'm still alive? That creature really leaving without crushing me? The buzzer echoed in my ear, then abruptly stopped. The loudspeaker crackled. Time's up, Owen's voice said. The voice of the Horrorland MC who had led us to the terrifying obstacle course. Time's up! What a thrilling race! She gushed. I groaned and started to pull myself up. Dim light, I saw all the monsters had vanished. That was a tough battle. The MC continued over the loudspeaker. Do we have any survivors? Yes, we do. The deep, booming voice replied. How many survivors do we have in there? The woman asked. 3. The booming voice replied. 3 survivors. Or wait, the deep booming voice. Okay.
Yes, we do.
The deep booming voice replied. How many survivors do we have in there? The woman asked.
3.
The booming voice replied.
3 survivors out of 5.
Chapter 25. Cold chill ran down my body, opened my mouth in a silent cry of shock. Leapt to my feet. 3 of 5. That meant the 2 of us were dead. Chest still ached. My knees were trembling. Brent to the dim light, searching desperately for the others. Halfway across the room I saw Luke and Clay, all huddled together, walking in a daze towards the far wall. Hey! I tried to call to them. My voice came out as a choked whisper. Where were Mom and Dad? Were they killed by the monsters? 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. No! I finally found my voice and let out a horrified wail that echoed off the walls.
Excuse me.
The deep voice boomed.
Make that 5 out of 5 survivors.
5 out of 5 survivors, the Horrorland MC exclaimed. A new record! Never had a perfect score before. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Took a deep breath, held it, trying to stop my trembling. They're okay, I thought happily. Mom and Dad are okay. I then saw them, and their arms around Luke and Clay, making their way towards me. We're okay, I cried, rushing towards them, my arms outstretched. We're okay! All 5 of us huddled in the center of the dark room, hugging each other and sobbing. Dad's arms was bleeding with a deep gash. One of the monsters had clawed him. I love how R.L. Stine scares kids through implication. Yeah, your parents might just have died there. And you almost got squished by a giant, hairy, woolly mammoth. Aside from that, we were shaken, but not hurt. Now what? Luke asked in a trembling voice. Are they going to let us go? I can't get away with this, Dad said angrily. Can't do this to people and get away with it. I don't care if it is TV. Those monsters were real, I exclaimed with a shudder. It wasn't fake. They really tried to kill us. How do we get out? Luke demanded. They let us out. All started chattering at once, our voices high and frightened. Suddenly the ceiling light flashed on, flooding the room with bright light, and the MC's voice broke through the frightened conversation. Let us bring our winners out with a round of applause, she announced cheerfully. We all cried out as the floor began to tilt beneath us, grabbed up to Dad as we started to slide. The floor tilted down like a sliding board, slid out of the room, landed in the plaza outside. Still feeling dazed, jumped quickly to my feet as the Horrorland NC hurried to greet us. A big crowd of horrors behind her was clapping and cheering. You can't do this to us, I screeched, so angry I didn't know what I was doing. I just totally freaked. Lifted the woman, grabbed the top of her mask, started to pull on it with both hands. Can't do this! You can't, I shrieked. Let me see your face. See who you really are. All my strength, I gave the mask a tug. I screamed to let go as I realized the truth. She wasn't wearing a mask. The monstrous green face was her face. She wasn't wearing a monster costume. None of the horrors were wearing costumes, I realized. I stepped back, raised my hands in horror, as if trying to shield us. You're really monsters, I stammered. They nodded back at me, pleased grins on their ugly faces. Their yellow eyes bobbed gleefully. You're all monsters, I screamed. You said this was a TV show, I stammered to the horror MC. Her bulging eye gazed at us. We're happy to say it's the top-rated show on the Monster Channel, she said cheerfully. Thanks to the great contestants like you and your family, the Monster Channel is watched by nearly 2 million monsters all over the world. But I stammered, taking another step back. People don't take us seriously, she continued. People come to Horrorland, think it's all a big joke. People laugh at the signs around the park, they laugh at the rides and the attractions. But it's all very serious for us. All of it. My father stepped up beside me, shaking a fist angrily. Well, you can't do this to innocent people, he shouted. Can't bring people to this park to torture them and... Oh, I'm sorry. Our time is up this week, MC interrupted, shaking her enormous green head. I'm sad to say. Hey, it's time to say goodbye to our special guest for this week. Now wait, Dad shouted, raising both hands for quiet. Crowd of horrors silently pushed forward, and no choice but start moving with them. Let me show you people the way we say goodbye on the Horrorland Hidden Camera Show, the MC said. Dad tried to hold back, to resist, but several horrors bumped against him, bumping all of us now, pushing us towards what appeared to be a round purple pond just beyond the plaza. Couldn't fight back. Too many of them couldn't run. It surrounded us, drove us like sheepdogs herding cattle. A few seconds we were standing at the edge of the purple pond. A foul smell rose from the pond. Purple liquid bubbled, gurgled, making a sick sucking sound. Let us go! Luke cried shrilly. We want to go home! Horrorland MC ignored his frantic pleas, stepped to the edge of the gurgling pond. Saying goodbye is always sad, she said, so we try to have a little fun with our farewells. Just let it go, Luke insisted. Dad put a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. Elle stared at the MC as she raised a large rock in one hand, held it over the disgusting, bubbling pond. Watch, she instructed with a smile. She let the rock drop into the pond. As soon as it touched the thick surface, pulled down a loud, sucking sound. See how easy it is to say goodbye, said, turning to us. Now will you jump in, or do you want to be pushed? Silently, the horrors began, or chapter 27. Silently, the horrors began to move in on us, closer, closer. Backing up, Clay tripped over my foot, nearly fell into the gurgling purple pit. I grabbed him, held onto him till he regained his balance. All 5 of us on the edge of the pit. A sour odor swept over me. I felt sick. The thick purple slime lapped up at my ankles, trying to grab me. Mom, Dad, I cried. Didn't know what I expected them to do. We were all helpless. Ad break. Okay. We can wait. Alright, about 30 seconds left on the end. Come on, we're almost done. It's 28 chapters, 27. 27 is really short. And then there's a preview for Why I'm Afraid of Bees. That was an interesting one.
3, 2, 1, and ad break should be complete. All right.
We were all helpless. I knew we weren't going to escape this time. Without realizing it, we were all holding hands.
Will you jump in? Or do you want to be pushed?
The MC repeated her question.
I'm really sorry.
Dad muttered to us, ignoring her.
I'm really sorry, Roy. I didn't know.
The voice broke, lowered his eyes. Dad, it's not your fault, I told him, squeezing his hand. I squeezed his hand. I had an idea. A wild idea. Stupid idea. A real crazy idea. And I had to try it. The only idea I had. People laugh at everything in the park, the Horrorland MC had told us. It's all very serious to us. All very serious. Very serious. Stood right in front of me now, waiting for us to jump to our deaths. Eager for us to get sucked down into the purple slime. Knew it was my last chance. Knew it was crazy. I had to try. Stepped up to the MC, reached out, pinched her arm as hard as I could.
Chapter 28.
Her mouth opened wide, let out a startled gasp. Tried to pull her arm away when I held on and pinched harder. The mad pincher strikes again! I shouted, remembering Luke's annoying cry. Her yellow eyes rolled around crazily. No! She pleaded, harder and harder. And then I was the one to cry out. As her mouth opened wide with a loud whoosh, rush of air escaped her lips. I leapt back. The air rushed from her mouth, appeared to deflate like a balloon. Gasping in amazement, she folded helplessly to the ground. An angry cry rose up from the crowd of horrors. Inflate her! One of them yelled. Inflate her immediately! These guys have some weird biology. Yen moving in on us, growling and grumbling menacingly. Pinch them, I shouted at my family. Pinch them! The no pinching signs we thought were stupid? They were serious. Horrors deflate if they're pinched. A horror stepped up, arms outstretched to push me into the pond.
Oh God, he knew about DeviantArt. No, not DeviantArt.
I pinched his arm hard. A few seconds later he deflated. Heard a whoosh of air escape to my right. Saw Luke had deflated one too. Whoosh, another one deflated and folded to the pavement. That's all it took. Plaza filled with frightened cries and gasps of horror. The alarmed horrors turned and ran. Stampeded is a better word. Scattered through the park, screaming as they ran. Taking a long, deep breath, I happily watched them flee. See? I always come through in a pinch, I said, amazing myself by making a joke. I don't think anyone else in my family heard me. They were shouting for joy, hugging each other, jumping up and down. Let's get out of here, I shouted. They were running towards the gate. Others followed close behind. Gate was open now. Guess the horrors had opened it, figuring the only place we were headed was the bottom of the purple pond. Now looking back, ran out onto the empty parking lot and stopped. No car, I muttered. All excitement, I forgot that our car had blown up. Let out a weary sigh, as if deflating just like the horrors. Now what? Stared at the enormous, flat parking lot. It's too far to walk, Luke wailed. How do we get out of here? The buses. Cried, pointing. I turned my eyes to the row of purple and green buses parked on the side of the line. They glowed under the bright afternoon sun.
Yeah,
Dad cried excitedly.
maybe we can start one up and get out of here.
They were jogging over the pavement to the buses.
Cross your fingers.
Dad called, leading the way.
Maybe they leave the keys in them. It's our only chance.
Hurry! Luke shouted suddenly. They're coming! My heart leapt in my chest, turned back towards the gate. Sure enough, the horrors were pouring out. The park, chasing after us.
Give up! You can't escape! Or you cannot escape!
One of them screams.
No one ever escapes!
Another horror shouted. Hurry! Luke cried. Hurry! They're going to catch us!
Chapter 29.
The horrors close behind, shouting and threatening us. We ran full speed toward the row of buses. My heart was pounding almost as loud as the sneakers against the pavement. My throat ached and had a sharp pain in my side. But I kept running.
You cannot escape! Stop now! Give up!
The angry cries of the horrors sounded even closer, but I didn't turn back to see if they were catching up. The door to the first bus was open. Dad got inside there first, scrambled up the steps and inside. Mom stepped in, followed by the two boys. The engine coughed, then started up with a roar as I pulled myself inside. The door slid shut behind me. Dad, the keys are choked out.
They're here. Yes, they're here, he cried happily. Hold on, we're getting away.
He lowered the foot of the gas pedal, and the bus shot forward, stumbled down the aisle, and fell into the seat behind Luke and Clay.
Hurry, they're coming! They're coming!
Luke and Clay were screaming in unison. I could hear the English shouts of the horrors through the closed bus windows.
Well, okay,
Dad cried, leaning over the big steering wheel.
Well, okay, we're out of here.
Yes, I shouted it happily. Yes! We all started to cheer, kept cheering until we were out of the parking lot, back on the highway, and we laughed, celebrating all the way home. The drive took hours and hours. Didn't care. We were safe. We'd escaped. Night when Dad pulled the bus up on the driveway. Home sweet home, I cried joyfully. All piled eagerly out of the bus. Took a brief breath, stretched. Air smelled so sweet and fresh. Full moon made the front lawn shine. And I saw him. It was a horror, cleaning the back of the bus. Oh no! I cried. It out.
What are you doing there?
Dad demanded. You right.
Did you ride back there the whole way home?
Luke asked in disbelief. I shrank back as the horror let go of the bus, slid to the ground. His yellow eyes studied us menacingly. He moved towards us quickly. Clay and Luke hid behind Dad. Mom's mouth dropped open in fright. What do you want? I cried. Reached out his green hand.
Here,
he said. He forgot to give you free passes for next year. And that's the end. Ah, yes, they always end in a cliffhanger. So, that wraps that up. Now then. So, let's see. Kind of like the TV show, the ones in there were wild. I haven't seen a lot of the TV show. I've seen a few episodes, but I haven't seen a lot. I know there's a few TV shows, I think. I know at least two of them, which I did see my favorite, Attack of the Mutant. That was good. That was really good. What's your favorite Goosebump book, Mr. Mustache? God knows it's been years. I'll have to think for a sec. Take your time. Mainly remember having a compendium of scary stories that R.L. Stine was a part of. Oh, that sounds intriguing. I mean, that doesn't make them Goosebump stories, but it does make them some of his work. Give me a sec, see if I can find it. Alright. I remember my first Fear Street
book. Can't remember what it was called. It was a murder mystery plot. This girl was either a theater kid or a ballet practitioner. I want to say it was theater. I might be wrong. Anyways, someone was going around killing some people that were connected to her, and basically she kept fearing for her life because she thought she might be up next. The twist at the end is very interesting. So yeah, that is one I remember. I also remember one with a living car. That one was interesting. Real spooky. It scared the fuck out of me as a kid. You found it? Awesome. Beware R.L. Stine. Oh, I've seen this thing. Collection of all scary things, added 2 new tales of his own, short stories, fables, all. I don't remember if I've read this, but I've certainly seen it around. You Tell Another Judge's House by Bram Stoker. Sock for Christmas, Meet an Ice Cream Man Who Will Chill Your Blood, and Mr. Ice Cold. Oh, peek into a Christmas stocking that holds a shocking surprise in a vault horror comic. And then he added 2 of his own. Doesn't say the titles. Oh wait, no, this isn't it. First is an Evil Carnival and The Black Ferris. When he changed his life, be sure to read all the introductions because R.L. Stine reveals why he picked these stories just for you, and he finds the creepiest, the funniest, the scariest. Beware. Weird that it doesn't have the titles of the other 2 stories that he added. Sock for Christmas traumatized me, dude. Like, that story was actually pretty fucked up for a kid. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. From the sounds of it, those ones might not be for kids. I mean, he had a retelling of a Bram Stoker book. That might not be for kids. Because he didn't write just kid things. That's for certain. Oh, actually, I know he worked on a puppet show thing before he actually started with Goosebumps. Yeah, it was called Eureka's Castle. It was created by Debbie Beers and Judy Keshix. Don't know who any of those guys are, but Stine developed the characters and was the head writer. Synopsis: A young prince to a king is a little shit who just causes trouble and everyone wants the king to punish him. King's a helicopter parent and instead hires a peasant kid to take his son's punishments instead. Oh no, that doesn't seem like it'd bode well. Also, at that point, that's not helicopter parenting. That's worse. That starts to become a different breed. That's an enabling parent. Doesn't go well, affecting the kid's mental state. Gets to Christmas, where the prince taunts the kid, saying that because he was getting punished all the time, he would be getting coal from Santa. Dick. Just dick. His dad was pissed and wished he could have the king's body hacked up in a sack. Come Christmas morning, the family surprised to see a present all for the kid, as well as a bloody sack for the king's head with a crown for his father. Jesus. Yeah, I don't think that's for kids. That is 110% not for kids. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, that's not for kids. Combing out the edges, and the king's blank stare at everything. Ugh. I don't think you were supposed to be reading that. What is it, Ghastly? Oh, oh yeah, that message. I was just peeking in while Mr. Mustache was telling me about his spooky story. I can look at Discord on occasion. Not like I have a lot of guests here. It's only me, Mr. Mustache, and now you, to my knowledge. I might have other lurkers, I don't know. I never know when Blinks is here. I know he likes to lurk. I've been here, I didn't know you were still here. Deadass listening while I mod Minecraft. Ah, I see, I see. But next time we do a Goosebumps book, it is going to be the second Goosebump Horrorland. Who's Bear Man? Or Man Bear? I don't know any Minecraft mods. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. There was also this other scary story where a creepy old man came across an enchanted Ferris wheel that would make him immortal. Because that's normal. What was the catch? There's always a catch. Two kids heard stories about this one weird Ferris wheel in an abandoned music park and went to look for it in a dare. Fuck Ferris wheels. Ferris wheels aren't that bad. They're fine. They're not die? Okay. I'll go die. Alright, they saw the keeper, an old man, get to the Ferris wheel, turn on, right, and every time he went around, he looked younger and younger until he was a young boy again. And I guess the catch is that it only works in one direction. Keeper saw them, got pissed, chased them around the park, trying to kill him and keep his secret. He's eventually tricked back into the Ferris wheel where they make go the opposite direction, much to the keeper's horror. Begs him to stop as it keeps going, his voice getting weaker until it finally stops showing him as a skeleton. Yeah, I figured it might be a direction-based thing. But I also expected the kids to fucking die. Him to, like, shove them in there and do it, and that's how it works. It drains people. That's what I was expecting. Stories in this book were dark. Jesus. Yeah, I don't think it was meant for kids. Actually, another like light but really sinister horror series was those weenie things, like jogging weenies, lawn weenies. Like they had like 3 or 4 stories in them that were real spooky. Like those ones, whew, whew. Like the actual weenie ones aren't that bad, but the other ones in those collections, oh, yikes. They have the nerve to put these cartoon hot dogs on the front and then act like they aren't selling kids a horror story collection. Oh yeah, just the cute little hot dog people. No, no. There's no actual hot dogs involved in this. Weenies just seem to be a cover-up for brainwashing. Similar vein to the Goosebumps TV show, there was another show called Are You Afraid of the Dark? I remember hearing about this, but I don't think I was in the age group to be watching that. Especially wasn't alive when it first aired. Maybe. I watched that one before Goosebumps, and personally it was a shit ton scarier. I mean, Are You Afraid of the Dark was meant for slightly older kids. And Goosebumps is literally retelling an elementary school storybook. I mean, there are some, like, shows straight up went to existential horror. I mean, have you seen the Are You Afraid of the Dark horror stories? Like the actual books they're based on? No, none of that. None. No. All of my no. None. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Dun-dun-dun. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. So yeah, none of that for me either. I'll stick with my light horror of Goosebumps and Weenies. I know those don't sound like intimidating franchises, but but if you want even more gruesome, you go to Fear Street. That one will kill a bitch. Yeah, Goosebumps just like, oh yeah, there's always gonna be the threat of danger and death. Goosebumps be like, man, or Horse Fear Street be like, yeah, we just murdered like 2 people. Bro, I can talk about horror for days. It was my obsession. I like horror motifs. I'm not huge into horror itself. Depending, of course. Like, for example, I really like gothic aesthetics and whatnot. I really like the concept of Horrorland and its colors and design. It's so cool. I like how Dracula presents himself. I like a lot of that stuff. But there's other horror that I don't like. Like Saw can fuck right off. It's not horror, that's torture. And any series that really tries to do that same thing, like that recent Thanksgiving themed one that came out last year. Cool concept, but horrific. No, no, not for me. And whatever the hell was going on in Night Swim, that was a freaky ass commercial. Partially attributed to James Rolfe, aka the Avery Video Game Nerd, on his Wing website. He hosts a series called Monster Madness every Halloween, where he goes to horror movies and a lot of cool stuff about them. I never watched any of those Monster Madness things. I just watch them for the Angry Video Game Nerd. I was like, why do I recognize that name? And then you put the acronym. They're a highlight for me every Halloween, man. I mean, doesn't he still make them? Could have sworn he does. Like the Halloween stuff? I mean, I know he keeps making new Video Game Nerd episodes every now and again. I was certain he was still making the Halloween stuff. Also, I like Movie Bob's Schlocktober stuff, where he goes over a bunch of cheesy older horror movies. Been following as much as I used to. Mainly does filming projects outside of AVGN now. Yeah, but I will say when he does make an AVGN episode now, it's still top notch. Like, there's some great stuff. His Doom episode was really good. I know that came out last year now, but like that was really good. Contra one was pretty alright. Not huge in the Contra myself, so I just kind of enjoyed the ride. He did a big one on one of the Final Fantasy games. It's called 3 here in the West, so I think it's 7 in Japan, or 6. No, it wasn't 7. It was, I believe it was 6 in Japan, and it was 3 over here. Yep. I shall wait. I shall wait. I shall wait. Do 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 no 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 no. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 no 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 no. About 20 seconds left on the ad break. 20 seconds left on the ad break. This stream was brought to you by nothing. Alright, are you back? Is there life in Mr. Mustache? Okay. Good, good, good. But yeah, his recent episodes have been really good. Also, he did another final revisit to Jekyll and Hyde, where he finally beat it and all versions of the game and unlocked their secret endings and everything. That was a good one. finally. It's like the third finally in a row with him. Yeah, but he never actually beat it before. This time he did. And he beat all versions just to finally put it in the dirt. The NES version, the Famicom version, and he did both the main ending and the secret ending. He did it. He did the thing. Oh damn. This feud has been going on for about 20 years. But he finally did it. It's been defeated. But anyways, I think it's time we wrap things up. I got some post-stream stuff to do, like exporting this and whatnot. And I'm sure y'all have other things you'd like to do with your day. So, I'd like to wish you all a fond farewell, and thank you for stopping by. I had a couple of new people show up, or at least returning people. It's quite shocking, to be honest. So, if you like this, follow me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing, because it really helps me out. On YouTube, it just gets my numbers up, which, isn't a lot. And on Twitch, it is paid, but it pays me and you don't get ads, and you can use my emotes for all the worth they are. We be shillin'. Anyways, but other than that, until next time, daily well.